of sandwiches and things. It'll be out here. There are also some beverages out there. There's Cokes, Coke Zero, Sprites, water, and there's candy organized by color on the table out there if you need a little snack or anything. So thank you all for being here. I just want to introduce myself. My name's Kurt GwartneyKurt, and I'm the Executive Director of Freedom of Information Oklahoma, which exists primarily to advocate and work on transparency in government and First Amendment issues. It's to say it's been an interesting time is an understatement. The last few years, and I think we could even go back longer than that to talk about how it goes. What I'm going to do in this time is focus on Oklahoma, and also focus a little bit on some college campus government issues that you may have heard if you're at the Media Ethics Conference. Some of this may have been covered yesterday, but I just wanted to be sure that we covered that for our audience a little bit here too. So the U.S. Constitution has a Bill of Rights, it's called, and the First Amendment to the Bill of Rights, and I would argue it's first for a reason, talks about freedom of speech and religion. Now, it's interesting because not only have I worked off and on as a journalist since I was 16 years old, and been a public radio news director, and was managing editor of the Ocali at OSU 2 different times. I also have a Master's of Divinity degree and teach at Phillips Theological Seminary in our Center for Ministry and Lay Training. So I've got the journalism background and I also got the religious background, so the First Amendment is my favorite, as you might expect. But the First Amendment, says Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech or the press or the right of the people peaceably to assemble. And it's pretty clear about what it does. Now, what a lot of us don't know is Oklahoma's Constitution actually has language about liberty of speech and press. If you've never read the Oklahoma Constitution, it's a long Constitution. It's a lot. Part of that was it was written later because Oklahoma didn't become a state until 1907. But it has a lot of words in it, and here we go. So Section 222 has the language, and I want to put the exact language up there. Because these are what I would call the First Amendment protections in Oklahoma. And I'm just going to read it. Every person may freely speak, write, or publish his sentiments on all subjects, being responsible for the abuse of that right, and no law shall be passed to restrain or abridge the liberty of speech or of the press. In all criminal prosecutions for libel, the truth of the matter alleged to be libelous may be given in evidence to the jury, and if it shall appear to the jury that the matter charged as libelous be true, and was written or published with good motives and for justifiable ends, the party shall be acquitted. So the last part of that deals with libel law, and it clearly lays out that truth is a defense for libel in the state of Oklahoma. Now, the first part is more about what we would typically think of as First Amendment rights. The Oklahoma Constitution also, I'll just a quick thing about the religion part, and we won't spend a lot of money on that, is it has a fairly strong statement about not using public money or property for what they call sectarian purposes. That means religious purposes. And its wording is actually, I didn't put it up there, but it's really clear, I think. No public money or property shall ever be appropriated, applied, donated, or used directly or indirectly for the use, benefit, or support of any sect, church, denomination, or system of religion, or for the use, benefit, or support of any priest, preacher, minister, or other religious teacher or dignitary as sectarian institutions as such. So you can see the Oklahoma Constitution kind of amplifies, I would even say, on the First Amendment. So when you think about the First Amendment, it's about government. It's important to think about that, because it's when the government tells people what to say or not to say that is a violation of that. And here in Oklahoma, we have had public officials who have not only been upset by what people have said, but then they've gone and said, this is what you must say. I think the primary, the easy individual to name in that is former Superintendent of Public Instruction, Ryan Walters. Because not only did he get upset and use his role as a public official in the state of Oklahoma to threaten and take action against individuals, especially teachers. I come from a family of teachers. About what they said and how they said it, but then went that next step and said, this is what you have to say. Now, public education, there are some nuances that can get complicated around First Amendment, but freedom of speech does not stop at the classroom door. Bill Stang taught me that at OSU many years ago in mass comm law class. So there are some complications that can come there because they can set standards for curriculum. But really, it's the local school boards in the state of Oklahoma who actually decide on curriculum and what goes on in their classrooms within their school districts. And anytime the government is telling you what they want you to say, I don't think that's free speech. That's just not. And then if the government decides we're going to punish you in some way, whether that's taking away your license to do something, whether that's filing a lawsuit, whether that's pulling credentials that you may have that the state has authority over, whether that's to take your funding away, that's all the government encroaching on the First Amendment. The way the Oklahoma system is set up, so to go back in history a little bit for State Department of Education. The State Department of Education, the board members used to be nominated and serve terms that would overlap the governor. Okay, the governor serves 4 years, right? Okay. The different seats on the State Board of Education would rotate in and out over, I think it was 3 years. And whenever when Janet Barisi was elected and the board rebelled because they weren't appointed by Governor Mary Fallin, who was governor at that time, they ended up changing the rules. They changed it. So now the governor has immense authority over the State Board of Education. And that's part of what you've seen happening, recently in Oklahoma, where depending on what how the governor felt you might be as a board member, but depend on whether you got on or not, kind of almost regardless of qualifications and things like that. So anyway, I say that to also point out that when these systems change, there often is a First Amendment component of that. Because if you think about all the board members being selected by one governor in a term, how diverse is that speech going to be from that board? Are we going to get a variety of opinions about public education? Are they going to talk about this? Are they going to have, real discussions on policy and what's best for a bunch of people? Or are they going to all kind of be of one mind on the topic? And I think that's an issue in the First Amendment that doesn't always get thought of as a First Amendment issue, is that it's better to have a diversity of opinions and voices and let them discuss it and argue it out if they, and they don't agree, rather than what we tend to see more and more, in my opinion, which is this kind of, I'm going to use the word unity inadvisably, but in this kind of single voice. Because, okay, this is the goal, this is what we're doing. We don't need to hear anything else. We don't need to listen to anybody else. And I think that can be a First Amendment concern. It's also interesting that I was, today I had two instances where the First Amendment was like, I was like, oh wow, great example. NPR did a piece on Morning Edition today, and I'm gonna get that and play that at lunch, probably, if I can find the, I couldn't find it earlier this morning because I don't think it's been posted yet. But anyway, it was very good on the First Amendment. But the other thing is, as I was bringing stuff in and out of this building from the parking lot, I had a gentleman say, "Would you like a Bible?" And he had a Gideon shirt on, which that's an organization that puts Bibles in places. And why can he do that? First Amendment. And he's combining two things, both parts. Because he's on this is a public university, so he has there are the rights he has to be on the campus, and he also has the right to offer Bibles to people at random. And I thought, well, that's a great encapsulation of the First Amendment. Also, when the government tries to control the way messages are delivered, we have a lot of different ways we can do that now that didn't exist, 30 years ago, 20 years ago. But still, the government can make it easier for a message to be delivered and make it harder for a message to be delivered. In Oklahoma, newspapers have some tax advantages that some other companies don't have. They've lobbied for that. They've worked to keep those in. But that's something the government has given, and that also means that's something the government can take away. Now, the state legislators who pass those laws, they also know that keeping if they have the local newspaper, they're in their area, news entity that's printing, keeping them on their good side is a good idea. So that's one of the reasons that happens. But as journalists, as the newspaper industry declines, there are fewer of them, they have fewer subscribers, that may go away at some point, especially if somebody gets a bee in their bonnet about the way a newspaper was covering a particular issue that they didn't approve of or like, then they will, there's a chance that at some point the government will take that away. Nationally, we saw this, I think, with some of the late night comedians, Kimmel and Colbert, both having their shows. One's back, but Colbert's in the last year, and part of that was because something the government can give, which is approval of a merger of major media companies, the government could have taken that away. And while that wasn't a direct line in the case of CBS and the Colbert Show, that certainly seems like that was the case. I would make that argument. But anyway, so anytime the government does give something, allows something, has authority over something, they can also take that away and change that. One of the other things I want to challenge us to do is to, there's some misunderstandings sometimes about, like saying free speech has no limits. There are limits on free speech. The standard one that people talking about the First Amendment will often say in freedom of speech is you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. Okay, well, yeah, can't do that. But what about having a protest on your campus because you think the Palestinians are being killed as part of a genocide? Can you do that here? Maybe. Probably. Would you be more comfortable doing that on your college campus or on a street corner in downtown Oklahoma City? Yeah, street corner, right. Why is that? Right, the government has authority over you and this institution in a way that they might not if you were in downtown Oklahoma City. Yeah, right. And that's a concern. It's like, so where does that is the public entity, whichever it is, whether that's university administration, city government, are they clear about what their line is? In most cases, that is if things are violent. Now, we've also had cases where violence starts on the government side, and then there's a violent response in return. That can be tough during some of the Black Lives Matter protests and marches in Oklahoma. There were, I saw that one time in particular, just with my own eyes. But the government can, again, incite violence sometimes by their actions and their response to speech. Threats can cross that line. For example, where I work, my day job at Phillips Theological Seminary in Tulsa, we're having, for LGBTQ History Month, which is October, we have a speaker coming in, this great artist, Two-Spirit indigenous artist. It's a great art exhibit. Anyway, our Facebook event for that has been receiving a significant amount of hate. We have had at least 3 threats that myself and the VP I work with decided were credible. One, I have the 18-wheeler. We can drive it right through there. This should be held on a military firing range. Were 2 that were, of concern, Another person, their Facebook handle name was No Quarter. And no quarter can mean a couple things, but historically, no quarter means that in a conflict like a war or, typically it was used in terms of war, that you kill the enemy. There's no quarter. You kill everybody. And so I thought, I'm going to check their look at their Facebook profile and see what they're posting, because they may not know that, they may not understand that. And it was so interesting because the banner on their page, they're selling eggs. They have like eggs that like a stand that local people, and their Facebook post from not too far back, I mean like 6 months ago, were about, do you have eggs? Oh, we have these many eggs out. Come go get the eggs. And then after Charlie Kirk's killing, it got worse and worse and worse. So I turned that in as a credible threat because, again, this individual, something has happened that their demeanor online has changed.
Did you contact local law enforcement, Facebook?
I contacted the FBI office in Tulsa. Yeah. And actually, one of our board members who has done a lot of work has a trans daughter that has gotten some national attention, has been mentioned in some books, and they've had threats, and she's the one who actually advised me to go to the FBI. Yeah. But so threats, that's another thing. And the other thing we need to remember is that threats also make us not want to do things we might think about or want to say. It's like the threat of being expelled or having your financial aid taken away. That's makes you not want to necessarily speak out like you might otherwise. And then another one is obscenity. That's, in public and stuff. I think that's another limit of free speech in Oklahoma, and in most places. Of course, what that means, you got to figure that out. Someone's got to decide that when they know it when they see it, or however that works for you. But the idea that the government can ban speech that it dislikes is it's just unconstitutional. It just is. Now, Oklahoma, we have a state constitution, like I said, that I think kind of affirms some of that even in a more detailed way than the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. But the government will try to do that. It's just the nature of a system. Systems try to ban speech they think is unconstitutional. I don't know if you heard the headline out of where the Chinese government is now going after influencers, online influencers, who will say things like, we're not going to have a child because it's too expensive. Being negative. I'm not going to get married because that's I want my money to be mine, or whatever. But they're being shut down, basically, for expressing a negative opinion about life, which, that's going. Another thing about speech, which gets to government transparency and openness and open records, which is what FOI Oklahoma does, and I get emails every week helping people get records that they want. And of course, reporters do this all the time. But that also is thwarting speech in a way, because it delays the information that we need to know. It's like, if I don't give it to you, you can't talk about it. So in a way, it's actually a denial of your free speech by the government. We're just not going to tell you. You can, we're not going to give it to you. And actually, more often than not, they just delay until, it doesn't matter anymore. So one of the things, I used to do a lot of funerals when I worked at a church. I worked at a big church downtown Oklahoma City, and I was the new person on staff there. And when you're the new person, whenever there's a, family would come in and say, Aunt Martha died. She was a member here for 100 years, but nobody knew Aunt Martha. I got to do those funerals. And what I'd tell the families is I'd say, look for reminders of your loved one as we go through this process. And that's what I want to challenge us to do about the First Amendment in Oklahoma. It's like when I saw the Gideon person. Look for reminders of the First Amendment. And one of the ways to do that is also to think about what would this be like or look like if there was no First Amendment, if we didn't have these words in the Oklahoma Constitution. What would it be like? Could you, experience something the same way you're experiencing it because there's a First Amendment? And our speaker this afternoon is going to talk about global, and the United States is unique in the First Amendment. I've asked if she would actually talk about how unique the U.S. is, and that I didn't do the research. But I just know historically the United States is unique to have that clear of a statement about freedom of expression in its founding documents. So we'll do that. But I would really challenge everyone to, take time to think about what we would lose as a community, as a country, as individuals, if there was no First Amendment. Because when you're, it's like the saying about, a fish doesn't know about water because that's all it knows is water. I think we often don't realize what the First Amendment does for us every day because we just kind of gotten used to it working. We've gotten used to being able to say what we want. We've gotten used to be able to read what we want. We've gotten used to go to the library or go to the bookstore, go online and find whatever we want. So I just would challenge us to do that and work on that. I also have a strong belief personally, and I think it bears out in the research, is that diverse communities are stronger communities. I don't want everybody to be like me because your washing machine would never get repaired if it broke. Just a silly example. We need diverse communities, and we need diverse expressions of what we believe, and we need places where we can talk about those things together, and we don't do that much anymore. Used to be, there was a time, not to harp on the olden days, when churches often served that purpose of where people who believed differently and politically saw each other every week. They were together. I know my hometown, Pryor, Oklahoma, you knew who the Republicans and you knew who the Democrats were in the congregation. And they went to church together and they sat each other at the potluck dinner and had conversations about things and argued over what the city council was doing and what the governor was doing. But those locations where we do that are harder and harder to find. And in the online world, we've really sorted ourselves. And there's a sociological concept called the Great Sort, where we are, organizing ourselves. And I think that may be our lunch calling me. I'm not sure. I'll have to see. But anyway, but having the diversity really is important. And Oklahoma's Constitution comes out of a populist movement tradition that really takes a side eye at authority. So when you read the Oklahoma Constitution, you'll get that sense that it's pretty suspicious of power and tries to limit that in some way. Some of that's been undone, and there are efforts right now to do more of that. There's this possible state question coming up about how initiative petitions are done in Oklahoma, and that's a big, I think that's a big freedom of speech issue, because the way, I'm gonna have to get this because I'm pretty sure this is probably.
Hello, this is Kurt.
They call us. I probably better answer that, or we're going to get hungry. We're going to be hungry. Yeah, you never know. But yeah, so there's an initiative petition to change the way that state questions are operated in Oklahoma, and the Oklahoma Constitution, again, if you understand its populist roots, it wants the people to be able to change law, to change the Constitution. So that's definitely something to keep an eye on. There's another state question, I can't remember the number, that would open the primaries so that everybody would vote for whoever you wanted in a primary. It wouldn't be like the Democrats vote in the Democratic primary and the Republicans vote in the Republican primary. And part of that movement is, again, it's about free speech, because you're disenfranchised. In other words, there are places you could live that you would never get to vote for somebody in a general election who you would think would be good. Like they just don't, they're not going to be, yeah, they're not there. The number of state legislative races that are unopposed is crazy high in Oklahoma. And guess which state has one of the lowest voter participation rates in the country? Woo! Oklahoma. So again, think about that from a First Amendment lens, from a free speech lens. We hear about voting, about power, about influence, but ultimately that vote is a clear practice of your free speech, because you are actively participating in the political process in a way that actually will make a difference if the rules aren't set up in a way that limits your ability to make a difference. So keep an eye on those things coming down the way. And the other thing that limiting speech does, I really think, and I think this is really important, limiting speech limits truth. And the idea that truth is yours and not mine, yeah, no. There are things that are true. And we have created a culture that seems to have more trouble with that these days. When I was a news director at KGOU, I had my on-air folks. I would not let them say, they would say it sometimes, but the rule was you do not say sunrise or sunset. Why? Why would I say they couldn't say that? Because the sun doesn't rise. The sun doesn't set. The earth revolves. So, and it wasn't just to be, picky old news guy. It was to cause them to think about words they say and reflect on, is this really accurate, or is this just something I repeat and say all the time? And that's kind of that viewpoint. It's like, yeah, you can, yes, the sun, if you said the sun appears to rise, you're accurate. But really, the sun doesn't rise. The earth revolves. Unless you believe it's flat. But that's a whole nother, that's a whole nother lecture. So I was gonna wrap up at 15 till, but we may go just a little bit longer because obviously our lunch is not here yet, but we'll be soon. So the other thing about the First Amendment, which is true of pretty much all your rights, if you've had a class and you've talked about copyright and copyright law and that kind of thing. One of the things about copyright is if you don't defend your copyright, you lose it over time. So in the olden days and even now, you will see companies that will run ads, saying Kleenex is a registered copyright of, international paper. Do not use Kleenex unless because it's a copyright, registered trademark and copyright. But the First Amendment's that way too. If you don't use it, you'll lose it. If you don't take, and it can be a risk, it can take courage, but if you don't use it, you will lose it. And I think we have, I feel like in Oklahoma, that there are times that I know I've been in situations where I have honestly felt it would not be safe for me to say something I wanted to say. Just, Now, you got to be safe, got to be attentive to your safety. But then I have had thoughts about, well, could I have found a place and a way to say that? Yeah, too much trouble. But we need to be attentive again to where the First Amendment, where we see that happening, how do we think the world would be if it went away? Look for those, think about those things, and then find those spaces and places where you can exercise your First Amendment rights. I was talking to some folks outside there just a little bit ago who are doing that. They're doing it. The independent view. And, that takes a lot to step up and say, we're going to exercise our First Amendment rights. We're going to have the control of the production of our product, of our news, of our messaging, and we're going to stick with it. And not to get into a whole nother point, but one of the most valuable lessons I ever learned in all of my higher education, training, learning, experience was in a class called Elements of Persuasion at Oklahoma State University. And the thing that the instructor said and made a believer out of me was that logic is the least effective form of persuasion. Logic is the least effective form of persuasion. And throughout my journalism career, I've learned that's true. But, and here's what I'm going to leave you with. Storytelling, not story as in falsehoods, but good storytelling is highly effective in persuasion. And that's, I think, where I want to leave us, that knowing that many of you are communication students, communicators, is that effective storytelling really is one of the best ways to shift, to inform, because to just present facts and logically say this doesn't work. I had another job I had a long time ago. I worked as an EMT and surgical assistant and worked in the hospital, basically. Anyway, had a patient that I just was cool old guy. He's great guy, told great stories, you know, and was basically dying because he smoked his whole life since he was like 11 years old, and just couldn't quit. And we had a good relationship, I felt like. And so I went in and I said, I know how I could get this guy to quit smoking, because he's kind of tight with his money. If I figure out how much money he may have spent on cigarettes, he's going to be convinced. Guess how that went? Yeah, no. Now, and he, like I said, he was a great storyteller. And looking back on that, I've thought over the decades, that would have been, if I wish I would have had a good story to tell him. That may have made the difference. So, bottom line, things I'm leaving you with, again, pay attention to where you see the First Amendment in action. Think about what would happen if the First Amendment was gone. And find a place to tell stories that help move people toward a conversation that we can have together. All right. Well, we're going to break. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. I hope lunch, if it's not there, will be there soon. It's Panera sandwiches, boxes. Should have a cookie or something in there too. And there's Coke Zero, Sprite, and water out there. So help yourselves. Thank you. FIRE. I could read all her academic accomplishments, but basically I want to focus on what she does for FIRE. She's the senior scholar, global expression at FIRE, and analyzes the relationship between free expression in the U.S. and global censorship. And if you were here earlier today, you heard me say the United States is unique in its First Amendment, and then I rephrased that to say, actually, that's one of the things I wanted Sarah to ask about, to talk about, because I wasn't sure that was right, because I hadn't done the deep research on that. She's author of the book Authoritarians in the Academy, which by chance you can get one if you would like, and they're for sale out in the lobby area as you leave. As they say, the exit's through the gift shop, so you can go there. But the book, the subtitle is really the important part. How the internationalization of higher education and internationalization of higher education and borderless, I read that twice. How the internationalization of higher education and borderless censorship threaten free speech. And that's a new book. It's a 2025 publishing date. So an important work that gets at some really important issues. Her writing about global free speech issues has been featured in a lot of publications. If you search her name, you will find her in a lot of places, including Foreign Policy, The Guardian, The Boston Globe, MSNBC. That's something else now, isn't it? Yeah, whatever. Yeah, MS Now. Yeah, and the Los Angeles Times and other places. So we welcome you, and we look forward to hearing about globalization and threats to free expression.
Thank you. All right, yeah, so today I'm going to talk about what the global status of free speech is, what it looks like outside the U.S., and yes, the U.S., despite having a lot of threats and challenges at the moment, is for the most part on a much freer scale when it comes to the rest of the world when it comes to expression. So today I'm going to talk about why that is and get into the details, really, of what it looks like when you don't have the kind of protections and precedent that we do here in the U.S. So first I want to talk about the free speech recession. We are, I think, undeniably in one of those right now on a global scale. So over the past 18 years, Freedom House has identified a continuous and, their word, extensive decline in global freedom. So 21 countries have made some progress in improving conditions for freedom, but 52 have gone the opposite way. Civil liberties, free expression, human rights have all decreased in those countries. So we have a pretty wide margin here between places where it's getting worse and places where it's getting better. Article 19, the International Free Speech Organization, they found that compared to the year 2020, over 6 billion of the world's people have less freedom now than they did a few years ago, which is pretty disturbing. Only 13% of the world lives in what's defined as open countries. So put simply, most of the world lives in some degree of mild to severe censorship. Similarly, the 2024 Human Freedom Index from Cato found that free expression suffered the largest decline of all the indicators of freedom that they studied. So women's rights, educational access, all these things, freedom of expression was the one that has suffered most in recent years. By every margin, free speech is the thing that's suffering the most. And this isn't just in authoritarian countries, though to be clear, in authoritarian countries, free speech is also getting worse. So they started low and it's getting worse. But also in democracies, especially in Europe, free speech is getting worse too. There have been significantly more developments against freedom of speech than for it from the Vanderbilt University's Future of Free Speech organization. And obviously, as you may have heard, in the US, we're also having our own free speech threats, whether it's bullying media outlets into silence, forcing compliance among law firms, influencing what clients they can take on, punishing perceived enemies of the administration. One of my colleagues has been using this term, the extortion industrial complex, to describe what's going on right now in the US, this overlap between the administration and private industries, and using various means to try to make them abide by the will of the administration, even when it's not required or legal to do so. So overall, not so good right now. That's the broad view. But I want to go into some of the specifics and give people a sense of what kinds of speech we're seeing targeted all around the world, what specific areas, what points of view, and how these things, social media, tech, LGBT expression, Palestine, how all of these things are actually pretty common themes across different countries. It's not just one nation censoring this kind, one nation censoring another. These are themes that we can see across the entire world right now. So the first one I want to get to is social media and tech. So there's a lot going on here, and there's a couple different ways to look at the question of social media and tech. So one is attacks on the rights of users, attacks on people's ability to speak out on the internet. And secondly is also the attacks on the platforms or the companies that host that speech. And a lot of increases in government efforts to control how those companies do or do not moderate what people post on the internet. So one that's been getting a lot of attention recently is the UK. This may surprise you, but the UK actually arrests an average of 33 people a day for what they post on the internet. And most of this is going to be speech that would be illegal here in the US, and you could not, at least in theory, be arrested for here. So it's over 12,000 people a year that are being arrested for tweets, for TikToks, what have you. And the targets of speech are pretty broad. And the UK actually has something called non-criminal hate incidents. And so this is something where the speech you post is legal, but you can actually have police visit your home and question you and say, someone called us to report that they didn't like what you posted on the internet. So we're here to record an NCHI, and they actually, there's some contested discussions right now about how they're going to continue this program, but they actually were keeping a list of people that could be available to prospective employers. So I think it's kind of, hasn't gotten as much attention because there's the Chinas and the Russias of the world. But also in the UK, they've been doing some pretty bonkers stuff when it comes to speech on the internet, and speech off the internet too, which I'll get to in a bit. So you can see that lovely think before you post that doesn't look at all disturbing tweet from the government. But there was also another thing. They actually threatened US citizens last summer. They claimed that they were going to be reviewing and investigating speech from further afield on the internet when there were some riots in the UK last summer. So I don't believe they've actually followed through on that, but the threat alone is pretty worrying, and you may be aware of this, but there is some precedent of the UK trying to interfere with things outside the UK. And so, as I mentioned, some of this is about what people can post, but it's also about what platforms can host. And so this has become a big thing in the past few years in Brazil. You might have heard a little bit about this. There's specifically one judge on the Supreme Court in Brazil, Moraes, I think his name is, and he has a lot of power and authority to issue investigations and orders to social media companies after what's been going on politically with Bolsonaro in Brazil for the past few years. And Elon Musk, who loves to be at the center of stories about social media controversies, he got into a pretty long spat with Moraes last year. And ultimately, it culminated in the judge banning X, ordering X, because X refused to hand over some information, take down some posts that Moraes told it to. But what got even more disturbing was Brazil temporarily threatened daily fines of $9,000 US daily for people who tried to use a VPN to access X. And Brazil is not a wealthy country. That's $9,000 is more than what some people would make in a year. So that's what you pay the price of just for trying to access X behind the government's ban. And VPN bans, this is kind of going to be an emerging thing in the future of free speech on the internet. Just as a general rule, if your country is trying to ban VPN access, something's going awry, because that usually means there's some effort to limit how civilians and citizens can access the internet. And another one we're seeing, and we're going to see a lot more of this, I think, even in the US, is social media bans by age. So Australia is at the forefront of this. They passed, I think, what's probably the most broad bill when it comes to limiting young people's access to social media and the internet. But what makes Australia so interesting is that there's actually no exception for parents' rights here. So parents can't say, I want my kid to be able to access social media and certain internet sites. The government's deciding, even for parents, that young people can't get on the internet. And so we're actually starting to see these pop up, different versions of this as state bills in the US. And I think we're only going to see more and more of that in the future. So I would not be surprised if, that's one of the most pressing questions going forward is, can people who are under 18 use the full internet? And so next is blasphemy. I talk about blasphemy a lot, something I've been writing about for over a decade, and I still get people who are actually pretty shocked that blasphemy is still illegal. It's actually still illegal in dozens of countries. Not only that, there are 7 countries where you can still be executed for blasphemy, and people actually are still executed for blasphemy. So here's just a few recent examples. So that woman right there, she was recently sentenced to, I think, 2.5 years in Morocco because she's a feminist activist, and she wore a shirt that said Allah is lesbian and posted it on social media. And so for that, she's going to spend a couple years in prison, maybe more, we'll see. I think she's currently appealing, but I would not expect much success on that. And this cartoon here, this summer, this caused a massive controversy in Turkey. It led to the arrest of 4 magazine cartoonists and editors for inciting public hatred over a cartoon that they claimed depicts the Prophet Muhammad, there on the left. Here's the thing, that doesn't actually depict the Prophet Muhammad. It's meant to depict a man who's named Muhammad, and it's supposed to just be a stand-in for a Muslim man since Muhammad's a very common name. And it's also depicting, it's meant to be a Jewish man. And it's just an anti-war cartoon. They're shaking hands, they've clearly both died from violence, and the implication is that everyone suffers in religious-based violence. But because someone was named Muhammad and some people misinterpreted that as Muhammad, people may indeed spend years in prison for publishing this cartoon. There was ultimately actually a mob that tried to break into the magazine studio over this. There was violence. It was terrible. And to a certain extent, it's possible that Turkish police felt that they had to act just to do something in response to the mob violence. Because there's actually a pretty big correlation between countries that have blasphemy laws and countries that have blasphemy-related mob violence. In Pakistan, for example, there have been, I think, dozens of people that have been executed by mobs in recent years simply for just being accused of blasphemy. So nobody ever has put them on trial, investigated the evidence. The accusation alone is so disruptive that people actually end up being regularly killed for it. And that's actually the case as well in Nigeria. There has been a lot of mob violence recently and a few executions in the past couple of years. But it's not just speech about Islam that can get people blasphemy sentences. There was a woman in Indonesia who, she was a really popular TikToker, and she had long hair, and someone insulted her and said, "You're a man, cut your hair." And so she held up a picture of Jesus, who's often depicted with long hair, and said, "Oh, should he cut his hair?" And so for that, she was sentenced to prison for insulting Jesus and Christianity. And so Indonesia is one of the places where they also do prosecute blasphemy offenses against Christianity, and Poland is as well. Also sometimes Spain and Italy, but Poland has some of the more severe blasphemy prosecutions against anti-Catholic speech. So political insult, this is a common one. You will be shocked to learn that politicians like to use the power they have to punish people who say things about them on the internet. So the place where this is absolutely the worst, Thailand. Thailand has a law called lèse majesté, which is quite simply a ban on criticism or insults to the monarchy. There have been people who have recently been sentenced to 50 years in prison for lèse-majesté, for posting things about the Thai monarchy on the internet. So you have people who are in their 30s who are going to die in prison because they said the king sucks or something on Facebook. And there's actually someone who, in total, his charges are at 59 years because of various lèse-majesté sentences. So imagine that, almost 60 years in prison for saying something about a king. But it's not just Thailand. In Italy, for example, Brian Molko, who's a Okay. Okay. All right. Is that okay? All right. So in Germany, for example, people are being convicted for the chant "From the river to the sea," and this is obviously a very controversial phrase that people have very conflicting feelings and discussions about, and that's fine. But in Germany, it's not just a question of is this language appropriate? Is it anti-Semitic? Is it right, wrong? It's also a question of the law, and so they have been convicting people for engaging in that expression. In France, there's been a lot of censorship of speech about Palestine, even the Palestinian flags. There's this summer a mayor who banned just showing or waving or having the flag at all. So depictions of that flag were banned because it's controversial. But also people who have criticized Gaza or who have criticized Hamas. There was a Palestinian family whose son was tortured to death because he criticized and spoke out about Hamas. And this one is interesting because in Argentina, a lawmaker was recently indicted for posts critical of Israel. And what's notable there is that Argentina, a few years ago, instituted the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. They codified it into law. And so this has been the result of it. The use of this definition, which there's actually been some efforts to get it codified onto campuses here in the US, the concerns have been that it would be used not just to punish anti-Semitic harassment and threats against students, but that it would more broadly be used against speech that's just political speech about Israel itself, which, whether you agree or disagree with it, it's ultimately still protected speech in the United States. But the codification of that in Argentina shows how that creates some political speech issues there, because the lawmaker had posted things, I think, accusing Israel of genocide and making some claims that we're used to seeing, but because that law was codified in, she's being convicted under it. So national security. So this one we're seeing all around the world. It's kind of one of the classic standards that governments use to target their critics, because governments do have some latitude to engage in conduct to protect the country's national security. But what we're seeing is that they're using that justification for much more than just terrorism or things like that. They're also just using it to target speech that the government doesn't like. So one thing that's been very fascinating here is what's been happening in the UK with Palestine Action. So Palestine Action is a group that this summer was banned in the UK. They were banned because they had been involved in a protest where they were dumping paint on military planes. So that's obviously not free speech. That's vandalism. You can get in trouble for vandalizing government property. But it's become about much, much more than that. So the group itself was banned under UK's anti-terrorism statutes. And now people who are going to protests and saying, they've been holding signs that specifically say, I oppose genocide, I support Palestine Action. And that too is being treated as an offense under the UK's anti-terrorism laws. And so they're saying that just supporting a group that the government banned is itself terrorism. And so in the past couple of months, I would say we're probably nearing at least a few thousand arrests of people who have done nothing more than hold signs that say, I support Palestine Action. And I was reporting about it this morning, actually, and it's reaching what I think are truly absurd heights. So there was a magazine that was reporting on the Palestine Action arrests, and on the cover, they had a photo of the signs that people have been arrested for. And a man was just arrested this week for holding that magazine cover up in public that showed the signs that people have been arrested for. So it's legal to print the magazine, it's legal to buy the magazine, it's not legal to hold the magazine up in public. And what was actually even more disturbing is that a woman was arrested for holding a sign that said she opposes the ban on Palestine action. And so that's very clearly just criticism of government speech. She's not saying, I'm a member of Palestine Action, I support it. She's just saying she opposes the government's action there. And she's been arrested. And so what's been happening with Palestine Action, I think, has been one of the more disturbing free speech stories of the past couple of months. And the government is not really admitting that this has gotten out of control. And so I don't particularly expect it to stop. And just this past weekend, the Home Secretary granted police new authority to essentially ban these protests, saying that there's a theory they're using is that the cumulative disruption of these protests is so much that the government can just say, you're not doing this anymore. We're not allowing you to do this. So that's been one of the most interesting, I think, national security led censorship efforts in recent months. But there's also been an ongoing one in Russia, which I alluded to earlier. And so last year, listen to this number, we hit the 10,000th arrest for discrediting the Russian army since the Ukraine invasion. So think about that time period, 10,000 arrests under national security basis for discrediting, criticizing, attacking the Russian army. And they've used that justification to silence essentially any protest or criticism of the war, because they're saying that speech undermines the war effort and it undermines Russia's national security. And I'm not sure how many of you were here yesterday, but I spent some time talking about Hong Kong's national security law. But this has been one of the most effective and extensive national security-led crackdowns in recent history. And it has essentially destroyed civil society within Hong Kong. It's even hit churches. Priests have been warned that they have to report national security violations that are reported to them in confessionals. So there's no lever of society which have been unaffected by this. It's higher education. They forced universities to remove all evidence of the Tiananmen massacre, because in Hong Kong there were still statues and commemorations of it, all gone. The media, it's essentially depleted completely within Hong Kong, and even foreign media outlets have been under a lot of pressure to leave Hong Kong because it's not really safe to be a reporter there. And the last one I want to talk about is transnational repression. So for anyone who doesn't know this term, transnational repression refers to governments' efforts to censor speech outside of their own borders and use extra-legal methods to try to silence speech about them around the world. That can include using Interpol and issuing notices to Interpol saying, oh, you have to, to be clear, Interpol is supposed to be used for, drug traffickers, murderers, things like that. But countries like Russia have been trying to use Interpol just to arrest journalists and people who have criticized the Russian government around the world. Transnational repression also looks like assassinations. There have been some countries like Iran that have attempted, sometimes successfully, to assassinate people outside their own country. And actually, that almost happened here in the United States. A couple years ago, there's an Iranian journalist, Masih Alinejad, who has been in the US for some time. She fled Iran because of suppression there, and men have actually tried to kill her at the Iranian government's order. And this has happened multiple times. She's faced multiple death or murder attempts and kidnapping attempts. Also in the US, you may remember this in 2017, when President Erdogan from Turkey was visiting the US, Erdogan, who's been operating his own crackdown within Turkey, he actually ordered his security team to beat up protesters in Washington, D.C., who were peacefully expressing their rights. Some of them were sent to the hospital, suffered concussions, brain damage, things like that, because of the violence from Erdogan's security guards. And I don't know exactly why. Nobody knows the full circumstances, but about a year later, the charges against that security team was dropped. And the next day, our Secretary of State at the time, Rex Tillerson, met with Erdogan. So who knows what happened there. But it's not just in the US. This is just from a few weeks ago. In Thailand, a well-known gallery removed an exhibit about authoritarianism because Chinese consular members visited and raised objections to criticisms of China in the piece. And the curator of that exhibit has actually since fled Thailand because he's under the impression that the Chinese government intends to have Thai police arrest him and perhaps extradite him, because this has actually happened before with Thailand. They have extradited people at China's request who have engaged in speech critical of the Chinese government. And here's a pretty disturbing one that's happened in the past year in the UK and also in Australia. As I mentioned earlier, there has been a lot of oppression going on in Hong Kong, which means some of Hong Kong's activists who didn't want to be in prison, they fled and sought asylum in democratic nations. And so some of those people who moved to the UK, their neighbors have been receiving letters in the mail offering a bounty if they kidnap those activists and hand them over to the Chinese embassy. And that's happened to people who have moved to Australia as well. So it's essentially using the levers of an authoritarian government to target these people, but also to try to get civilians of those countries to participate in that oppression overseas. All right, so what does this mean for us? I've listed a lot of kinds of speech that we see censored around the world. Some of them, Israel and Palestine, national security, for example, we might see some echoes of that affecting speech here in the United States. But what does it mean if the rest of the world lives under mostly severe repression? Well, sometimes that can actually affect us too, with how interconnected the world is. So the first one I want to talk about is Midjourney AI. So Midjourney is a AI image generation tool. I think it first, rose to fame when it was used to generate the Balenciaga Pope, for anyone who remembers that. But there's one thing that Midjourney will not let you generate, and that is satirical images of Xi Jinping. And it's not because Midjourney AI is a Chinese company. It's not. It's an American company. It's based in San Francisco. But the CEO openly admitted that he wants to be able to sell his product in China. And so he is making the global rule for speech that you cannot mock Xi Jinping. You can mock Biden, Trump, Putin, whoever you want, but not one person. And the interesting thing there is that most companies that want to sell their products in China, they'll create different versions. So they'll sell a version in China that shows and repeats the Chinese government's censorship policies, but not Midjourney. They're taking the easiest way possible and saying, this is our global rule. We don't want the trouble of trying to have different rules for different products. So everybody gets to live under the Chinese censorship rules when they use Midjourney AI. And I touched on this one yesterday in my presentation, but Harvard Law, a vice dean, chose to censor a Chinese dissidents event because it was taking place when Harvard's president was meeting Xi Jinping in China, and he didn't want that event here in the U.S. to affect Harvard's options and opportunities overseas within China. So he chose to censor speech on a US campus rather than limit or affect the relationship with the Chinese government. And this one, I reported on it last year. I think it's a really fascinating case. So this is with Reuters. There were journalists who were reporting on this kind of scam industry within India. India has one of the biggest scam industries in the world, and it's actually a pretty massive and wealthy arena. But there was a tech CEO there who owned one of these allegedly spammy companies, and he was angry that Reuters was reporting on it. So he sued Reuters, and it went to an Indian court, and the Indian court issued an order to Reuters to take down the piece. And the order was not clear on where exactly the piece should be taken down. And Reuters, which has a lot of employees, offices in India, it didn't want to risk facing some kind of severe penalty for undercompliance. So Reuters took down this story for months, for everyone. And it actually became really difficult to find this story because other people were taking it down because this CEO was using that court order to contact anybody who'd posted about it and saying, you're violating the law, you need to take this down. So there was, as far as I know, only one place that I could find this story available on the global internet, just because of an Indian court order that has no jurisdiction anywhere outside of India. But when you have a global internet, when you have global companies, it becomes a lot more of a complicated question about where do these laws or where do these orders actually apply, and do they actually limit what the rest of us around the world can see? And this one has been in the news recently with some controversy. US comedians who decided to play the Riyadh Comedy Fest, which I think actually ends today. But as you may know, Saudi Arabia, famed for brutally executing the journalist Jamal Khashoggi, they've been trying to use international events like sports, like comedy, to try to paint a better picture of the kingdom than you might know in the news from perhaps the execution of journalists. And so they have been offering mostly American comedians a lot of money to come to Riyadh and perform. And, fine, that's their right if they want to do it. I wouldn't, but hey, they can decide on their own. But there's actually one of the comedians who was asked to perform who said no. She posted the contract that they had to agree to. And it said you could not offend or insult or bring into disrepute or mockery any person associated with the Saudi government or the Saudi royals. So to make a lot of money, these comedians have been agreeing that they're not going to make fun of some of the most powerful people in the world. And what makes that notable is that's actually going to affect what those comedians can say here. That might change what jokes they perform for us because they don't want to lose access to that money. And we know the Saudi government actually is going to follow through on that because they ditched at least 2 comedians who were, not ashamed to be performing there and who were saying, one of them, I think his exact words were, "Who cares if they have slaves? They're paying me enough to look the other way." And because he violated that contract, he was dropped. But so think about what it means for some of our most high-profile comedians, Dave Chappelle, Bill Burr, Kevin Hart, to be essentially agreeing that who knows for how long they will not be insulting one of the most powerful rights-violating governments on the planet. But lastly, I want to talk about what the U.S. policy on this has been. So there's been a lot of attention on particularly J.D. Vance and his comments around the world about European censorship and speech in the United States. And it was especially because in a speech earlier this year in Germany, Vance did quite a long talk about how his exact phrase was there's a new sheriff in town and that they're not going to be censoring speech. And he really went hard at Europe for the censorship that was taking place of, at least in Vance's examples, right-wing expression. And to be clear, Vance is right. There is a lot of problems with European-style censorship, especially on the internet. And I think because it's Europe and because it's not known as one of the more authoritarian or restrictive nations, most people don't really think about it or pay attention to it. But there are definitely problems. However, it's very hard to talk about those problems if you yourself are one of the ones that are creating those problems here in the United States. And so Vance specifically said that this administration would never be targeting people for their speech. I can leave it up to you on whether that's accurate or not. But they've been following through on that in recent months this summer when it comes to Brazil. Because I mentioned earlier, Brazil does definitely have some serious censorship issues, especially with people who, whether you agree with them or not, are challenging the Brazilian government. And so there's been, a round of sanctions this summer, tariff threats. People have lost their visas because they have been associated with or a part of Brazil's censorship orders. But again, we are kind of losing our capabilities to be ordering the world around on free expression if we can't be taken seriously ourselves here as viewpoint neutral protectors of free expression. And what was especially notable with the retaliation against Brazil this summer was that one of the people they were complaining about specifically was a Brazilian journalist who was being targeted by Brazil for speech he engaged in while in the United States. And the idea was that people should be able to speak freely in the United States, even if they're immigrants, without being targeted. Again, it's a good point, but this administration has been explicitly targeting people who are here as immigrants for their speech, for deportation. So we have a bit of an issue here where I think we're accurately, in some cases, pointing out where other countries abroad are failing on free speech, and they are. The world is, as I mentioned earlier in this talk, it's not in a good place right now for free speech. But it becomes very difficult to get people to listen to us on that front when we're enforcing some pretty bad restrictions here at home. So I think we have a lot of work to do on that front. Fixing the problems here, but also being taken seriously as a global leader on free expression, because I think it's probably pretty clear that I am concerned about where things are globally, and I do think that we need real protectors of free expression to stand up and advocate even for unpopular speech. But the problem is it's really hard to do that if you're not practicing what you preach. So that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer some questions. I think we have maybe 15 minutes. So if you have any questions at all about global free speech, I will do my best to answer them.
Repeat them in the microphone if you don't mind, the questions when someone asks.
Sure, sure. One moment, sorry.
We're going to switch up so we can get it up the stream. I'll take that one. All right. Take this for you. All right.
I'm used to speaking without
I'll
mic.
hold it. I'll hold it.
All right, yeah, that's the theory. You never go and give up the
Never let go of
microphone.
a live mic.
You never let go of a mic. Yeah. So, back to that piece where you, in Argentina, where they shut down the free speech, and I think it was the national security slide that you were on.
It was the Israel-Palestine one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was there any indication of why Argentina had created that law?
So I'm not sure, and I need to check exactly when they incorporated the IHR standard. It may have been after October 7th, but it has been around for at least a few years, so it's not something that just sprung up. But they've had the IHRA definition incorporated for a few years now, and to my understanding, this is the first time it's being applied in this context.
So there's no historical connection between
No, I
Argentina
see what you're
and
asking.
Israel.
No, it's within the past 5 years at least.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's there. That's how I'm wondering.
Yeah. No, I get it. Yeah.
So.
You want to hold it? Okay, excuse me. Wow. Okay. Sarah, thank you very much for coming here. I mean, it's very enlightening what you're saying. I'm going to ask you about there's these freedom indexes that exist, the World Freedom Index, and then there's the Press Freedom Index as well. And they're showing the U.S. consistently falling. We're now, I think, in the 40s. And I know all First Amendment rights go together, but I think when we talk about freedom of the press, do you see a correlation as there's more restrictions on freedom of the press that also affects the overall freedom of a country as well?
Yeah, it's a good question. I haven't studied if there's some kind of cascade that follows once press freedom falls. A few years later, maybe other freedoms do. But I do think that press freedom and academic freedom specifically are two of kind of the canary in the coal mine expressive rights, where once you lose those, it's a signal that you're going to be losing more, and that the government is specifically targeting the speech that it finds most dangerous, for example, at the beginning, and then it'll get to everybody else. But I think there probably is some kind of, correlation that would be interesting to study there. Is press freedom a bellwether for other freedoms?
I'm curious about the intersection. You had the blasphemy slide. Is there a correlation between a rise of a more conservative religious viewpoint in a country and some of these issues?
In some countries, I think probably. But it's interesting the way that blasphemy laws kind of hit a few different targets there. So obviously there are countries that have blasphemy laws, and it almost feels wrong to call them blasphemy laws because in a theocratic state, there is no real difference between political speech and religious speech. If your government is a religious government, what you say about faith is what you're saying about government and vice versa. So I think there are some countries like Iran, like Saudi Arabia, where there isn't any daylight between censorship, political speech, and religious speech. But what has been really worrying in the past couple of years has actually been European nations that are backsliding on this issue. So last year, it was either last year or 2 years ago, Denmark adopted a religious desecration law. So if you desecrate religious texts, you can face prosecution for it. And it's because they had some really high-profile and controversial Quran burnings. And there were Muslim governments who complained to Denmark, and they said, this kind of speech is actually harming our foreign relations with your nation. And so if you want good relationships with these nations, you should do something about it. And so I'm not even sure if the government necessarily, in some ways I think it's more liberal European nations that are actually pursuing those kinds of restrictions. But some of this can be laid at the feet of, believe it or not, the UN Human Rights Council, which actually passed a resolution a couple of years ago encouraging countries to pass blasphemy laws and to pass religious desecration or religious text desecration laws. So this is actually, believe it or not, we're sort of on a backswing when it comes to blasphemy laws. I would expect to see more enforcement of blasphemy laws even in Europe. And this year, a man was actually prosecuted in the UK and found guilty for burning a Quran. And he was actually stabbed by someone while burning the Quran, and the fact that he was stabbed was used against him in court by the judge because he said it was evidence of how disruptive this man's expression was, and that the government has a responsibility to crack down on that kind of disruptive speech. So he literally said, because you were stabbed, it just offers so much more proof that you were engaging in disruptive conduct.
Leads to another question about how people, it seems to be more and more that people are willing to give up their freedoms for security, for their safety. And I think that's increased the political rhetoric in this country about everybody is dangerous and I'm going to send National Guard troops to protect you. Have you found in your research that that's also true?
I think it's a little bit tougher on a global scale because I think a lot of countries, unfortunately, aren't working from a position of having rights and working backwards. There are some where there's been backsliding, of course, but I think most of them, it's been a longer, at least decades-long struggle of having no rights. But I think, Kurt, it was this morning that you said something along the lines of, it's like fish in water, we don't really realize what we have until we don't have it. And so I'm almost, sounds wrong, but I'm hoping we get to that point here in the US where we realize, oh, that free speech thing was really good. Maybe we should do something about it.
Very good. Any other questions before we, okay, questions back here. Yes.
Ladies first. Oh my gosh, this is really weird. Are there any countries that do a really great job of not censoring, and what model do they use to create an environment for that?
That's a good question. So there's I mentioned them in an earlier slide, but there's a group called the Future of Free Speech that recently did some polling to see where people feel the most free. And to be fair, that's not the same as which countries have the freest laws. But I think it was the top ones were a couple of Scandinavian countries. It might have been Sweden. It was Sweden or Norway or Denmark. I don't remember which of the three. But the people there felt the freest. And the US was a little bit further down the list, which is interesting. And I don't know the exact time period when that survey was conducted. It came out earlier this year. But at least it seems like in the Scandinavian countries, there's the biggest feeling of freedom. There are probably a lot of different factors for that, but it seems that model is working to some extent. But I still think that the First Amendment is by far the best protector of free expression. A lot of countries would benefit by adopting it, but obviously we're having some challenges these days. I think it depends on the country. And what's interesting about Brazil is that there's a lot of opposition to what Brazil is doing, but there's, I wouldn't know, maybe 50% of the population who's very pleased with what's happening, because there's, Brazil is very polarized. The election stuff with Bolsonaro in recent years, a lot of people are very angry at what Bolsonaro was doing, and so there actually is some support for the measures that Moraes has been taking. I don't agree with some of them because I think they're deeply restrictive of free expression, but I think Brazil's sort of an interesting case because I'm actually not sure that they need to be hiding what they're doing right now, because there actually is at least some degree of public support for it. So Brazil's kind of an interesting one on that front.
All right, well, let's. It says dead battery now. I'm just like.
Do you want my microphone?
Yeah.
All right.
For the streaming folks recording. All right. First of all, let's thank Sarah for a wonderful presentation, and the context is just so important for us to think about what's going on outside of our own concerns, and to make connections and share those viewpoints across each other. We're going to have a panel discussion next, so we'll get set up for that. So if you want to take a 10-minute break, and we'll start just right after 2 o'clock. Yeah, and Sarah has books. Yes, once again, books right outside, and Sarah has will have an ink pen. Sign your arm, sign your book. All right.
I'll sign whatever you want to sign.
All right. There we go. Great. All right, we're on break.
Somebody lost an AirPod.
It was here this morning.
All right, I'll put the extra earphone.
Yeah, just like. I really like the fire statement on the compact.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's been the part that really disturbed me was stuff in there. I mean, there's a lot to be disturbed by. The stuff about how universities have to be responsible for limiting
tuition.
Right. What?
All right, we'll get our panel going. We had a summit this spring where quite a few of us actually got together to discuss some of the issues surrounding democracy and freedom and how we identified some of the concerns around those topics, and then tried to we came up with some lists of things that we should do better or start doing. And this panel is going to talk about some of those. And so if you just start off, Andy, I'll have you introduce yourself first and just kind of go on down, just a little brief statement about what you do and why you're interested in this topic.
Sure. Hi, I'm Andy Moore. I am the CEO of an organization called Let's Fix This. We promote voting and civic engagement in Oklahoma. I'm also the executive director of the National Association of Nonpartisan Reformers, which is a network of organizations across the country working on electoral reform. So policy issues like ranked choice voting, open primaries, gerrymandering, money in politics, that kind of stuff.
Hi, good to see you again. I'm Cindy Allen. I am a retired journalist. I most recently was the editor and publisher of the Enid News and Eagle, but prior to that I've been editor and publisher in 3 states, including Oklahoma, Kansas, and Arkansas. And I'm currently retired, but I do write opinion pieces for the former company that I worked for, CNHI Oklahoma, and they distribute the pieces out to their newspapers, and they run them if they want to, or don't run them if they don't want to. But anyway, that's what I'm doing now.
My name's Joey Sennett. I teach at Oklahoma State University's School of Media and Strategic Communications. I teach media law there, and I was on the Freedom of Information Oklahoma Board of Directors for about 15 years. I'm on their advisory board now. I deal with a lot of open government issues, but also First Amendment stuff, particularly for high school students. And gerrymandering and all that, that's a leftist group, right? That is a far left.
That's right.
You're worried about money in politics, you must not have any, and therefore you must be a leftist. That's the definition of that stuff, right? Yeah. So, I'm for free speech for everybody.
There we go. And I am John Schmelzer, and I'm a professor at the University of Oklahoma Gaylord College. And I am a board member of FOI Oklahoma, and I've been here in Oklahoma for 16 years. I'm not a native of Oklahoma, after spending 35 years at the Chicago Tribune. And like Joe Haidt, I am the winner of a Pulitzer Prize. So, so it. Oh, you want me up here? Okay, so so I'm going to kind of try to moderate this a little bit, but I want to start off with kind of just a question, because it's the elephant in the room a little bit. You know, we're at a stage right now where Project 2025 is supposed to wind down at the end of this year, which is the playbook that has been adopted by the Trump administration. So if, what's next? The Project 2025 has been a full-throated attack on the First Amendment. So I'm going to go start down with Andy and let Andy start, and let's start the conversation there.
So what's next after Project 2025?
Yeah.
Project 2026. I'm just kidding. So there's an article in The Hill back in August that they had gone through Project 2025 and looked at everything to see how much had been implemented. At that point, so it's just a few months ago, 47% of the items in the plan had been implemented, and several others were kind of in the pipeline. I think this year has gone by a lot faster, and in some cases chaotically, than I think a lot of Americans anticipated. I think two things are going to happen, and I don't have a crystal ball, but I think looking ahead to the midterm election cycle, the popularity of many aspects of Project 2025 and of the current administration's priorities are viewed very negatively by a majority of Americans. That trend has been continuing for a few months, more steeply over the last 3 months. And pretty soon here, we're going to be running into midterm headwinds, right? So you're going to have congressional candidates across the country launching their campaigns, doing their own polling, and they're going to be polling these issues. And so you're going to start seeing messaging. There's at least the opportunity or the chance that some of the congressional candidates are going to be confronted with the fact that they're forced or strongly encouraged to run on a platform that is a losing platform. And so at least the Republican Party is going to have to make some internal conversations about how they decide, like what policies we're going to endorse and what ones we're going to support. The, fly in the ointment to that is in most states, we have closed primary elections, which means that only Republicans can vote in those primaries. And so those kinds of issues, those like red meat, very partisan issues, argument on both sides, right? The Republicans have theirs with Project 25, and the Democrats have theirs. It's not a cohesive plan, but they're going to run on those issues to try to win their primary nominations for each side. And as we see an increasing number of voters disaffiliate from both major parties, then some of that, you end up with a smaller and smaller pool of voters who vote in primary elections. They're still very loud, even if they're small in number. And so what we don't know yet, I think the big question is, how will increasingly partisan primaries influence general elections where turnout could be a lot higher than people are expecting?
And what does that mean for the First Amendment and for free speech?
Well, that's a whole other question.
I think it's all entwined.
It is all entwined.
I think it's entwined too. I think that you mentioned that even though some of the politics and stuff that we're seeing and the chaos that people are unhappy with it, I'm cynical that anything's really going to change seriously until it. You hate to make comparisons to Nazi Germany, but because that can be overblown. But it's all about, well, if it doesn't affect me, I'm going to keep quiet about it. No, these aren't. I'm not an immigrant. This doesn't affect me, or I'm not this. It doesn't affect me. I'm not a woman of childbearing age, so this doesn't affect me. But eventually, it's going to affect everybody. And until enough people are affected and really get angry about it and really feel like they have to do something about it, I don't see it changing. And it's just a slow process. I wish it were faster. I really do. But I do think that the freedom of the press and what's going on culturally is very much intertwined, because in freedom of the press and information, we want free expression. We want people to discuss ideas and even politics. We want people to feel safe to talk about why they believe the way they do or the policies that they support. But internally, culturally, not just the government, internally, culturally, that speech is being attacked and repressed by the people. So
it's because of ignorance. I talk to my media law students about, the government will do to you what you let them do to you. And that applies to your neighbors as well. And it's because you don't know what your rights were in the first place. That's why this censorship and the attacks on the First Amendment, they're worse in my lifetime. And I was around enough to know Nixon. I mean, I'm getting kind of old now. And this is the worst it's ever been that I've seen. I mean, this reminds me of the stuff I learned about in history books and teach my students. Mm-hmm. And it works because a basic philosophy is this ignorance becomes, another thing, old saying is, First Amendment for me, but not for thee. So the public doesn't understand, they don't even know. Survey after survey shows they don't even know what the rights are in the First Amendment, just simply what the words are. Well, if you don't know what the words are, you certainly don't understand what those words mean, which is much more than what's written down. And so they just put whatever meaning they want into those words. And that basically boils down to, if I like your speech, it's okay. If I don't like your speech, and by the way, that's from the right and the left. This cancel culture issue starts with the left. Then I don't have to listen to your speech. You shouldn't have your speech. And I think that goes into immigration and all other rights. It's us against them kind of attitude. And it's easy to exploit that by government officials who want to dissuade us from having those important conversations, to having a discussion and allowing each other to say and speak and actually own our government, which is how we're set up.
Well, and I think what both of you said, right? It's like there's like a self-censorship element there, that the government doesn't have to make speech illegal. They have to just make it onerous enough, like annoying enough, that people are like, I don't want to say anything because I don't want to ruffle feathers. And I mean, we see that with my organizations, with just getting people to like show up to a happy hour. People are like, oh, that's political. I'm like, we're not talking about anything. We're just having a beer. But people are like, I don't want to do any of it. And so they stop posting online. They stop putting yard signs out. They quit going to civic meetings.
Getting involved at the precinct level.
Right.
How many are censoring their own text messages and emails so that they don't go and criticize?
And well, at the university level, when you see universities knee-jerk reaction is to fire faculty or put them under investigation and suspend them for what they just said about, Charlie Kirk, for example, or you watch what happened with Jimmy Kimmel, and that's a chilling effect, right? That's people are intimidated. Why should I stick my neck out and go through this grief, particularly when it doesn't affect me? And me, I'm an old white male. I've got it made in this country, right? I mean, we make all the decisions, so why should I stick my neck out and take on that kind of grief? It's not worth it for most people. The Times just had a story about what it's like to be in the classrooms at Harvard. Sounded a lot like most of our students, unfortunately. I was shocked and disappointed to see it. But one of the points of the story was students won't talk in those classrooms. Mm-hmm. And most of it is because they're afraid of reprisal, about being even argued with. So they haven't learned how to have discourse, even civil discourse, but any discourse, at the high school level. Because in K through 12 in public schools, what do? Shut up, sit down, shut up, sit in rows, regurgitate what I've told you. You cannot say anything that's going to offend anybody, even though it is blatantly against what the U.S. Supreme Court has said in Tinker, for example, and other U.S. Supreme Court cases about it. Well, that's why they're used to it. They don't want to speak up. They've been told they shouldn't offend anybody. Well, sometimes speech is offensive. In fact, the U.S. Supreme Court said works best when it's offensive and stirs people to anger. So where do we go next? Well, we need to educate the population, and that's going to take a lot of work, especially when we're fighting upstream against K through 12 education.
And you made a good point about, where people don't really understand the meaning behind the words of the First Amendment, and that's why we have events like this and other events that are focused on free speech and free expression, but there needs to be more of that. However, we're in an environment where that becomes, anything like that becomes so political. We just dismissed, or he dismissed himself, one of the worst violators of of expression and intolerance and anything else when Ryan Walters left. And it'll be interesting. There's been real trauma, I think, in public school classrooms due to that fella.
Okay, so let's go and take what Cindy just said about the trauma. What is the trauma doing to Andy? Do you think, is it the trauma or is it something more that is impacting people so much?
Is the trauma or something more? I think both. I think to Cindy's point, I didn't even realize myself how we'll say traumatized, how repressed I had been around public education until I read the statement from the new state superintendent the other day, right? And the language that was used was like cool water on a hot day. I was like, oh my gosh, he cares about families and transparency, and I believed him. It wasn't just boilerplate political talking points. And I felt myself being almost teary, legitimately, of oh my God, I hope this is true, because we've been in the wilderness for so long, 3 years, not even that long, but it felt like a long time.
It's been a lot longer than it has been.
So I think there is that, and a lot of my friends that are educators that have had their licenses threatened or have really shut down what they were teaching, and were looking at this year being very nervous about what they were going to say in the classroom and how they might get punished, just not knowing on any day, that is Walters going to show up and say that I'm some sort of, left-wing radical or something just because I offer them the opportunity to have more than one perspective. So I think that's a big part of it. The other part that worries me is we talked about the self-censoring or the chilling effect on speech, but there's also a chilling effect on civic participation, including voting, where when you talk to political insiders from the two major parties, they are worried about people switching to vote for the other party, and the real threat is people opting out of the system and choosing not to vote at all, right? In several states, Alaska, Nevada, Colorado, a couple of others, a majority of voters are unaffiliated or independent voters. I am too, yeah, probably several of us here. In Oklahoma, in those states, they are the majority, the largest voter bloc are unaffiliated. Among U.S. members of the military service, a majority are independent voters. Young people, a majority are independent voters. So you see a lot of folks already balking at the two-party duopoly system. And so it's one thing to be upset with the two parties and to still participate, but there are a lot of people who are upset and think it's all rigged. My vote doesn't matter. I'm not even going to show up to vote. And that is our lone hope in many cases. The one thing we can do is get together, talk, and vote, and we can make real change in one election cycle. We have the chance next November to send a very loud and clear message from the American people about what we will and will not tolerate in this country, but we've got to show up to do it.
And we're fighting the system that they're putting in place, by gerrymandering districts and doing other things to try to limit the ability. Also with the initiative petition laws and stuff, that's basically to limit Oklahoma's ability to, in my opinion, to write up a new law on abortion restrictions, because some states have been somewhat successful, including Kansas, which really surprised me. I lived in Kansas for a lot of years, but they did it. And so, we the people do have power, but we have to realize that the politicians and the people running things that want to keep their power don't want us to have power. So we're going to be fighting all that, but we can do it.
But those closed primaries, and I bet you know this number, I can't remember. How many of our legislators run unopposed? And that boils down, I mean, that filters down to DAs, to your county sheriff. So, and as an independent voter, we really are, should I switch and vote for a Republican so at least I can vote in a primary?
And there's a lot of people that do that.
Yeah, what are my choices going to be come election day? Maybe none at all, or choices that aren't very good. That's going to be a real problem.
So this new ballot initiative that we're talking about is very important, and I'm skeptical about its ability to have any success, because there's going to be a lot of. Then let's talk about the money. There's going to be a lot of money put forth to fight that ballot proposal, but really that's kind of the biggest shot we have is to get more voter participation. I don't mind telling people this. I've been a registered Republican my entire life. In 2018, I switched to independent, and as an independent, you are allowed to vote in the Democratic primary, right? But I had nobody to vote for,
Right.
because there might have been one candidate running, and so there was no primary. And so with the 2024 election, I went back and re-registered as a Republican just so I could vote, at least have a say somewhat in the primary process. And so I remain a Republican for that very reason. That doesn't mean I'm going to vote Republican in a general election, but at least I do have an opportunity to select a candidate in the primary that I think would be the best. But
I was living in Guthrie for a number of years until 2 years ago. Anyway, so I get the newspaper, and it was for the primary, and the newspaper runs a sample ballot, and they left all the Democrats off, the Democratic elections off. And I emailed them going, what the hell? And they didn't seem real upset about it. They didn't exactly fix it. So, I mean, that tells you what goes on in a lot of these communities.
Well,
Republican or nothing.
And statewide, there's about 400,000 registered independents. There are almost as many independents as there are Democrats in Oklahoma now. Pretty soon we'll be the second largest voting bloc, and and that's roughly half together, and the other half is Republicans. And so, yeah, in a lot of places where you live, there may only be, one or two Democrats on the general ballot, but not on the other one. And regardless, it also that's not how most people vote. Most people go in wanting to select the best candidate, the candidate they like the most. Increasingly, voters are not interested in voting for a party line, although a number of voters still choose to use the straight ticket voting because it's there, and that is when you do exit polls, it is almost always because they didn't know anything about anybody, so they just checked the box at the top, or they misunderstood it and checked it because they thought that was their party affiliation, not of the candidates.
Yep. Isn't it amazing that in an age where we have more information to us available than we've ever had in our lives, we're still ignorant?
Well, and I mean,
It just amazes me.
for next year, it's already starting. Former House Speaker Charles McCall has an ad on television right now.
Banana ad.
That involves a banana. That is very clearly a primary electorate ad. It is.
Yes.
He launched it the day before Chip Keating announced his candidacy for governor. He sees him as an opponent. This is it's about a very honestly a fringe issue for that primary electorate. And the fact that he put an ad out 6 months before filing, even 9 months before the primary election, and I'm sure he was trying in hopes that would somehow dissuade Keating from filing, which that was bad politics, I think. But that's a long way out for them to be worrying about a turnout that's going to be 5 to 7% of the total electorate come June in that primary race, real small, maybe 15 if we're lucky.
Yeah, I don't know.
So Joy suggested that where we go now, where we have to go now is we have to go in education. We have to go and if we can't even get people to sit down and have a conversation, how do we go and start the education process?
We used to have a program, and I don't know if we still have it on FLI Oklahoma's website. We used to have a bunch of resources for high school faculty, right? And I don't know if I don't think we've updated in a long time, or I'm not running the website anymore, but a lot of effort was put into that years ago by people who cared, and I don't know if we'd have teachers right now wanting to teach those First Amendment rights and go through it. But we got to reach out to high school or middle school or something and their teachers. And our conference, we used to have a First Amendment Congress that was filled with, hundreds of high school students every year. I'm not sure if I were a high school teacher in the last few years, I would have wanted to do that, especially get up there and listen to me be a radical on free speech at the beginning. God knows what students said to their classmates after that and their teachers. So I understand that, but that's the only choice we have is to educate.
So is this another byproduct of COVID-19 when we put students behind on computers and they had to go and they were at home and they had to go and they never interacted with their peers. And for a year, they didn't have any kind of socialization. And then when they came back, they had to go and wear masks for another year. Is this all part and parcel of that?
The high school censorship existed long before COVID.
Yeah.
And a lot in the university setting gets blamed on COVID. Our students don't know how to do this, they don't know how to do that. A lot of those problems, they may have exacerbated some of them, but those problems existed before COVID-19.
I would
my
agree.
impression.
Yeah, I mean, the decline in civic education has been decades in the making.
Yeah.
There's a great documentary out called Join or Die that's relatively new. If you read the book Bowling Alone by, what's his name? I'll think of it in a second. Anyway, Bowling Alone came out 30 years ago. This documentary is based on the book. Robert Putnam, that's his name. He's in the film. It's a really great documentary about why you should join a club and why America's democracy depends on it. But we've seen civic participation in clubs declining across the country and other countries as well. The frightening reality that was kind of described in the last session is that when we see this erosion of civic institutions across the country for decades, it leaves us in a very fragile spot, right? Where people don't understand why the rule of law is important. They don't understand why elections are important. They don't understand how to talk to their neighbor about the things that matter in their neighborhood even. And so we lose this fabric of society in a way that it's the one thing that makes us really strong, right? Is when we're knitted together around common goals and shared values. And when we don't do that, and John, I think your comment is probably on target in this way that, over the last 5 years, that erosion of that social network has been hastened by COVID-19 and everyone being physically distant for a long time. And I think it perpetuated what was already at play, but now I think America is in a very delicate spot.
When you say participation in clubs, what exactly, what kind of organizations are we talking about?
Everything. So the movie does a great job breaking it down, but it's like civic clubs like Rotary,
Kiwanis.
church attendance is down. Generally anything. The one thing that's up is like youth sports, which is interesting. And my kids play soccer. I spend almost every Saturday at the Edmond soccer fields and with other parents. But aside from that, we don't have a lot in common. And we're too polite and don't want to ruffle feathers, so we don't have actual conversations. In fact, I have a ball cap that I wear that says "not political" on it, which I thought was real funny when I bought it, because everyone who knows me knows that's not the case. But I've realized I have so many people say, "Oh, I like your hat," and they like it because they think that makes me a safe person to talk to. And I was like, "Oh, you don't get this as a joke that everything is political, right?" So,
Well, the club part is interesting because the New York Times story and the Harvard students, one of the complaints of the students why they didn't go to class, one of the reasons was they were so busy in clubs. Because it's first you got to be in clubs in high school to get into Harvard or your schools, and then to get a job, they thought more important than grades was to show that they were in clubs. So I'm wondering, they do it for
maybe they're burned out.
Yeah. Well, no, they do it for if it's an absolute reward, extrinsic reward right there. You're going to get something. But once they're done with that, yeah, they're like, the hell with that. I did it so I get points.
Yeah, you may be right. They may be more involved in those kinds of activities as students, but once they get that job
Yeah.
and have to work 60 hours, or they start having families and everything gets busy and there's not as much time to do some of those things, because that's, that's what we've seen. I've been a Rotarian forever, and that's what we've seen somewhat with the decline in Rotary membership, which, Rotary membership has always been a big deal. If you're in Rotary, it's because you're a manager or a big blah, 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 so it's always been kind of an honor to be in Rotary, but, those clubs are losing people. They're the older ones are dying and the younger ones aren't coming on, so, and it's just the busyness of our world.
The decline of clubs and decline of churches,
Yeah.
Pew estimated that 20,000 churches will close over the next 5 years. And those are not Catholic churches. The Catholic churches will remain open, but by and large. But they were talking about Lutheran, Methodist, Presbyterian churches are going to close. People are, just drive by any parking lot on a Sunday and you're going to see how few people are in the parking lot.
But faith has also become so political as well, and so it's interesting. There are these little churches that pop up. Take a drive on a Sunday if you're not a churchgoer. Take a drive on a Sunday by some of the newer churches that are kind of opening up, and they're not in church buildings. They're like in an old strip mall area or whatever, and look at some of the signage they may have on their it might indicate basically that some of these new churches popping up are all political. It's all about another form of Christianity, but it's so I don't know. Is that the same tendency we have as people to kind of sort ourselves out into our own little echo chamber, and so my church may be too liberal because we do this or we do that or whatever, but this new church over here, they don't go for any of that, so I'm going to go there. I don't know. It's we as people, we tend to sort ourselves. We put on our own sorting hats, so to speak.
So Cindy, right in your wheelhouse, let's go and talk about what's happening and how the decline in community newspapers could be having an impact upon this ability to go and.
It's been very dramatic, and part of it is a business issue because of newspapers. Primarily, the history of newspapers in our country is the advertising paid for 60-70% of the costs, and then the subscribers paid the rest. And so that kept subscription prices fairly low, and so you could get your paper for 6 months, maybe for $35-40 or whatever in some recent history. But because of the decline of advertising in the newspapers, with the internet and all these other things and everything else that advertisers are being presented with, that advertising dollars declined, and so subscription prices had to go up. Well, people don't want to pay. They just don't want to pay for news. And the decline has been dramatic. I mean, when I left the Enid News and Eagle in 2012, I think our circulation at that time was about 15,500, which was decent in that time. When I got back in 2021, 5,500 subscribers. 5,500 subscribers.
So with that decline, how do you go and start to have a conversation in the community?
If you still have a community newspaper and that newspaper's got at least even one or two people working there, those one or two people have to do a bunch of different things, and they have to go out and engage with their readers and with not just in who they interview and tell stories or getting stories from. Increase their online presence, which they do. In fact, the online presence is much higher for the Enid News and Eagle than the print subscriptions are, but it's still not enough. You have these groups that want to come up with their own little news things and put them on Facebook, whatever people are reading, whatever the social media is that they're drawn to, and yeah, it's just a very tough environment right now, and it does contribute, I think, to the decline of any kind of community interaction, you know, because the newspaper used to be where you found out where something was going on, you know, and you found out who was going to speak at this and that and whatnot and ever, and they just don't have the money to pay the reporters to go cover things and do things like they used to. And I don't think it's just newspapers, it's probably television as well. I mean, everybody's really under stress financially.
Well, and can I ask, probably all of you, sorry, John, we're taking over your panel. I'm going to ask questions too. Now people get news from everywhere, like from other people. And so I worry about the erosion of trust in institutions, and some of that is earned, right? Some that have done untruthful things or have leaned in to try to get clicks and outrage and all of that. But it's a weird environment where we get our political news from, someone who does reviews of backpacks on the internet and then also happens to talk about politics occasionally. He's not an expert. And as someone who was raised to value education, who, went to school for a long, long time for multiple degrees, I value people who've put in the time and effort to learn the knowledge, not just someone who happens to have like a good camera and
now we have influencers and TikTok and all these other things.
And I'm not saying it's bad. We've always been influential in our little realms, but now we have this massive reach, and it is wild to me that, a musician can be more influential on current events than the New York Times or the Washington Post or NBC or something like that. It's like a bizarro world where if you told me that 30 years ago, I would have thought, no way. Everyone's gonna know the Rolling Stones are still the Rolling Stones. Like, they've probably done some drugs. Maybe we shouldn't trust everything they say. But then, now we just throw Walter Cronkite under the bus like it's no big deal, and I don't. Yeah.
So Joy, I'm going to go back to you. You brought up we have to go and educate. Where do we go? Where do we start?
I would like to start in K through 12. Earlier the better, but I apologize, I can't remember what the percentage is now, but I point this out to my college students that I asked them, what percentage of Oklahomans, I think it's 23 and above, do you think have a college degree? And when I got here, my second stint in the state, the longest, it was about 20% or so. And now it's still not high. I mean,
25, yeah.
Yeah, it's only about 25, 26%. My point being is, well, if you don't learn how to have conversations and deal with real issues in high school, where are you going to learn to do that? Because even in college, I teach our Media and Diverse Society class, one of the sections. I've got 118 students in it, and they are from other majors. And my first 3 classes are on the First Amendment because they don't have a clue what it means. And so we try to have discussions. And one student came up to me after a class and said, well, my girlfriend had this class with another teacher last year, and they didn't talk about any of this. And I said, well, it's in the book, but it's in the back of the book, and I think we need to discuss it now. And so I asked him, so what is the greatest threat to the First Amendment? Something we talk about. And he's like, ignorance of it. All right, we don't know it. I said, very good, excellent. So you're in what major? And it was something, I think it was construction something or other. And I said, in which of your classes do you discuss the First Amendment and learn how to deal with these things? Well, they don't. I said, well, you just proved my point. This is what I understand and know the law here and the concepts and censorship, and this is why we start with it in my class. Because I'm trying to get them to start, and I think it's little bit by little bit the best we can do. I can't get all of K through 12 to change, but I can do it in my classrooms. We've changed the State Department of Education. Maybe it will change for good for a while. Maybe we'll be able to get those kind of programs back in more civic education now. I can only hope too,
No, it's a real problem because I go and look at what's, where things are shifting with the newspapers going away, the churches going away, the clubs losing, the professional clubs losing membership. The Tulsa Press Club exists, but does it exist? Does it have a restaurant? Does it still have a clubhouse? Or does it have a floor in the building? I don't even know where it's at now anymore. physically. So the Chicago Press Club, closed so many years ago. I can't even think when it closed. You got so many, those organizations that even existed for the press to talk to each other have disappeared. I was president of the, well, go on from there. Anyway, so the question comes back to where do you think you should start, Cindy, and how?
Well, I guess since everybody engages online in some manner, more people who are passionate about what we do and passionate about the First Amendment, passionate about free speech, take up those platforms. There are some out there. There's some good. I sit and scroll through TikTok reels just like everybody else.
Do we need a TikTok influencer?
You probably do. But the thing is, it's just like anything. If you're going to engage online, though, whatever you start to look at is what the algorithm that you're going to be stuck in. So even if you're going to look at something that you're passionate about, you also got to look at stuff that you don't agree with, or you'll just only get the stuff that you're going to agree with. And that's kind of where we are as a society. And this is, the lovely thing about the information age and all the information that's available to us is we have all this information available to us. The bad thing about it is our human nature is to tribalize ourselves and to jump into our own little echo chambers, because if you don't want to, you don't have to read, see, or hear anything that disagrees with your own opinion now. That wasn't the way it used to be. You used to be confronted every night, maybe with the 3 news channels or whatever they were, even before the internet, with CNN and Fox or whatever, But now, if you don't, you can just get on your little computer and just hold yourself up in your own little echo chamber and just be happy as a little clam, because everybody agrees with you there.
So along this line, so no King's Day. And
Yep.
I'm interested in what you think too, because I'm online, deal with a group of 60s radicals from OSU. They fought the university to get radical, controversial speakers on campus, and they went from being abhorred by the university administration to now being honored for the last few years. And so they are talking about this particular thing, about trying, and they want to have civil discourse, but they are really trying to get No King's Day, and I see all this talk about we're going to have a massive one on October 18th across the country again. Is that going to result in more voting, or is it because my choices through closed primaries don't really matter, or is it going to get people involved to get back in a civic organization, or is it one day to just be angry and let everybody know how angry we are with Trump, and that's it? I'd like to think what you know. I mean, I'd like your opinion on it.
Yeah, so I'm not a big rally guy. I think rallies are useful for what they are, but I think we have to redefine what they are, and most people don't think about what's the purpose of this rally. They just show up and have a sign and it feels good, right? I view rallies as an opportunity to bring in people who might kind of be interested but on the edges of it. It's a chance to get them more involved. But the rally itself is probably not going to do anything, with the exception of, I don't know, getting 30,000 teachers to walk out of the classroom and go to the state capitol for a week and shut down things, right? Getting a bunch of people to shut down highways, this kind of stuff. And now they've obviously made attempts at working around a legal way to prevent that or suppress it. But large scale, strategic, peaceful demonstrations can be effective. What is also really effective is each of us in our own way doing something more than nothing. The algorithms feed you certain information. The goal of a lot of it is to get you just angry enough for you to click it. And there's a whole science behind this, that the outrage generated by social media is just enough to get you to click or share or feel it and then not actually do anything. It's just that little bit to be oh, I did something. I shared it on my story. Someone else will see it and they'll take action. No, that's not how it works. You have to get up off your ass, go somewhere, stumble into a polling booth on election day for everything, like show up on primary day, even if you think it's not useful, right? Even if you think this won't make a difference. Well, it definitely won't if you don't show up. And then it also has to, we all have a role, I think an honest to God responsibility as Americans, as citizens, to have a very peaceful conversation with our friends and our neighbors about this. Make sure the people in your world are registered to vote and that they know there's an election coming up. Be willing to talk to them about it. Be willing to say who you're voting for and why. If you don't even know, if you can't articulate it well enough, like you should really examine why you're voting in the first place.
Andy, you've got a lot of experience in this, because one of the things, our lawmakers, particularly on the federal level, are not having their town halls anymore or coming to, doing anything to be accountable to a large-scale public. So many people, including myself, have taken to contacting them on a regular basis. Talk to me, since you've done that, most of what how effective is that really with getting these guys' attention and ladies' attention?
Right. So I think doing form emails, those get deleted. If you want to spend time writing a handwritten letter, it'll take 6 weeks to get there. Probably not super effective, but maybe. The biggest thing you could do is, where possible, build an actual relationship with elected officials so that they know you by sight, ideally by name. This is tough. Your member of Congress represents 700,000 people, so they're probably not going to know all of us. But also remember that there are a lot of other elected officials down the line. State Senate, State House,
City Council,
county commissioners, all this stuff. And you don't have to be anybody famous or extraordinary. You have to just show up. If you go to like 3 city council meetings and just sit in the back and don't talk to anybody, they will notice. They will say,
why are you here?
Who is that person here? And someone will come talk to you.
Did you sign in so we know who you are?
Yeah.
I mean, it is shocking how little you have to do to have influence. And the difference of relationships is that relationships convey or carry influence, even if you don't think it does, right? The example I always give with students in particular is, if you're going to a new restaurant and you look them up on Yelp and you're reading the reviews and you see, it's like 4.4 stars, seems good, okay, someone said that the club sandwich is good, okay, and you don't know who that person is, but you think, well, maybe they took a picture, they said it was good, maybe I'll order that. If that person's name is Andy M, and it's my little photo there, you're like, oh, that guy knew about voting and democracy, he probably knows about sandwiches. I don't. But we now have like the tiniest bit of a relationship, enough that I have influenced your decision around a sandwich. That's really all it takes. It's like a little bit of a relationship to subtly nudge things. And when we do that at scale, all of us, we go to the state capitol and meet our legislator. Hey, I live in your district. Oh, really? Yeah, I've got a question about this issue. Oh, well, no one ever comes up here. It seems ridiculous, but it's really all it takes. And so right now, when they're all going to start running for office, they are going to be out in the communities, especially down ballot. They're going to be knocking doors. Maybe we'll host a town hall occasionally, but you got to show up. And that is
It's true.
That is tedious. It's an ask. It takes your time, but like it's so worth it.
My bag of money doesn't have to be as big when I go down the ballot,
Yeah,
right? To
right.
get
Yeah,
in the
right.
door and make a difference.
Right.
And this, when I started doing this work 10 years ago, I worked in public health. I'm not a wealthy person. My wife's a social worker, and someone told me that 2 things matter in politics: money and influence. And I said, I don't have any money. And I said, I don't have any influence either. He's like, sure you do. Like, you know some people. And I was like, who? He's like, I don't know. Whoever you know, you have influence. You've got friends, you've got colleagues, you've got people. Okay, use that. And it is not as hard as you think to rally people around something good. Like, I'll stop talking after this, but America is having a hope crisis. It feels so hopeless out there. There's a new poll this week from New York Times and Siena College, and political polarization is the #1 concern on Americans' minds right now. Like, we are tired of our country being divided. We want something to believe in. I don't want us to put that hope in one person.
Yeah.
They can be a savior, but they can flip, right? We've got to put that hope in ourselves, and we've got to come together and find ways to do it. And people are thirsty for that.
So 16 years ago, when I moved into my neighborhood, 20 houses, I went trick-or-treating door to door with a glass. I got very well lubricated by the time I finished.
All the-
But I knew everybody on the block. Since then, across the street, my neighbor died. Next door, my neighbor was put into a home just 2 weeks ago. This neighbor to the left died. The neighbor to the across the street and the one house removed died. And I don't know who my neighbors are. So, who are your neighbors? When was the last time you went around and talked to and introduced yourselves to your neighbors even?
In Guthrie, I moved into a neighborhood we were the third house, and so as it built over 7 years, we had parties, gatherings, and we knew everybody that came in, and and when I moved into my current neighborhood as a renter, I didn't even see some of my neighbors for a while. Some of them are college students; they're gone in the summer when we first moved in. I know them sort of on both sides, who the neighbors are, but there are people walking around in the neighborhood every night. I should be going out there and talking to them.
Go to the
It's
gym.
dogs. They're out there. But this is something small like that. Anyway, thank you. It was a great discussion. It was fun.
And a note that was brought up here, I just looked up there, the latest, that's the Reuters, the Reuters, Oxford Warriors for the Study of Journalism, RSJ, 25 digital news report, that it was this year, it was the 2025 when they released this in June. For the first time, social media has displaced television, as the top way Americans get news. The proportion accessing news via social media and video networks in the U.S., 54%. So, yeah. And I'll also say, just a plug about churches, because my wife's a Methodist pastor, is she has a sermon series she does that's called Having Hard Conversations, and it includes a handout and instructions to have somebody meet you for coffee and practice with the handout. So there are people working on that in our communities, but certainly we have a lot of education to do. Thank you, Joey, for elevating that again and again. All right, let's thank our panel one more time. City, the original TV station in Oklahoma City, actually, in the history of Oklahoma media. And one of her reporters is actually on our board, Dylan, who we might see today, right? Yeah. And we're very, very glad to have him working with us. And also, Channel 4 is one of the recipients of one of our awards. We'll be presenting a little bit later today. So let's welcome Natalie as she tells the story about using the Open Records Act to get information and to make sure we all know what's going on in our government.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to start out by saying I've been in the Oklahoma City market for 34 years. I was a young producer for the Oklahoma City bombing, a 10 o'clock producer for the multiple F5 tornadoes that hit Moore. I've had reporters throughout the years down at the Capitol. But in my 34 years in this market, I have never been involved in anything like I'm about to talk about, this case. It was so odd and so unsettling. And I spent nights last year not sleeping, just stomach churning. It was really just bizarre. And for just somebody who is used to sending people down to the Capitol complex and having access to public officials and going into meetings, open meetings. So this is the story. And this is really the first time that I've talked about this at length. I think I did one soundbite the night that this case ended, and then that's really been it. And I put everything in a manila envelope on my desk, and I haven't opened that manila envelope until Joe asked me, I don't know, 3 weeks ago, a month ago, if I would talk about it. So I kind of just dumped everything into this PowerPoint, and I'm going to walk you through the case. But I just wanted to start out with, this is very unusual, thankfully. Okay, thankfully. Okay, so I send crews down to the Capitol complex all the time. We go to meetings. We take our cameras in there. We interview people before and after the meetings. We started running into a problem early on in 2024 where my crews were calling back and saying, hey, the communications director for the State Department of Education, he's saying we can't go into the meeting, just us. We are being relegated to an overflow room, which if you've kind of followed the news, there was an overflow room that was needed for some of these State Department of Education board meetings. A lot of people, there was a line to get in. Now, thankfully, the press had a separate line and we would get in, but this guy started telling my reporter and photographer, you can't come in. You need to go to the overflow room. And we were so, thrown off by that. The first couple of times, we just kind of, okay, we're going into that room. But it was not adequate. You had a video feed with one camera shot. So we had my reporter couldn't see the reaction of board members or other people in the room when the superintendent of schools was talking. We just had access to this one grainy piece of, and also the audio was terrible. And in television, you need the video and the audio. It might have worked for newspaper reporter, but not for us. But we just kind of took our lumps and went with it. But my crew kept coming back with audio recordings of some of these interactions with Dan Isett, the communications guy for Ryan Walters in the State Department of Education. This was in July. You can see, he's kicking us out, and my reporter, so we can't ask questions? No. We can't ask him questions? No, that's a privilege for the press. And my guy said, we are the press. He said, you're not, your station isn't, which this was the first time I'd heard this. What in the world? After that, about a week after that, one of my reporters who was working on an education story came into my office and said, I've got Dan Isett on the phone and he's complaining about my story last night. Can you talk to him? He was really rattled. So I'm like, Dan, this is Natalie Hughes. This is the first time I've ever talked to him. What was wrong with the story? that guy could not get off the phone fast enough. He never told me what was wrong with the story. He just wanted to get off the phone. It wasn't really a conversation at all. So that was in July, end of July. In August, we were on the state capitol complex. This was after a press conference, and we were trying to ask the superintendent of schools some follow-up questions. So we were walking with him. And here comes the communications director again, and he physically blocks the reporter, puts hands on the reporter, and says, "You can't go any farther." This is not a restricted space. This is a public hallway, okay? And he's telling us we cannot go any farther. They came back. Again, everyone was just so unsettled by this. And I'm telling my GM, my general manager, he's the boss of the television station, what is happening? This does not make any sense. A couple days after this, another reporter came into my office. Dan's on the phone complaining about our coverage. Can you talk to him? Yes. Dan, this is Natalie Hughes. What is the problem? And why are you keeping my folks out of these meetings? Again, he's like, "I don't have time to talk to you. I'll try to catch up with you tomorrow." Never heard back from him, okay? So that's August 16th. A couple of days later, there's a school board meeting, okay? And so we were relegated once again to the overflow room. This is a press conference after that meeting, okay? And I had told my crew, just try to go in there, but be rolling this time, okay? We're gonna get this on video if he tries to kick us out, okay? If he blocks our path, whatever, all right? So here is what happened. And I will also say, the photographer who covers this beat, he's a veteran journalist. He's been in this market for a long time. You will hear him, okay? And you'll hear some of his frustration. But this was we'd been kicked out multiple times. See, we were walking past some troopers. They didn't stop us. Okay, we didn't get in that press conference. Now, I do want to say, those press conferences still ended up on our air because we had allies, other journalists in Oklahoma City, who said, "We're going to give you the video. We're going to make a copy of our video. We're going to provide that to you because we realize this is wrong. Just don't say where you got it." They didn't want to be in the bullseye, okay? So I really appreciate those organizations, okay? But now I've got it on video, okay? And I took it to my general manager, and he's like, "What is going on?" He's been in the market a long time as well. But I don't know if you noticed, there were still cameras, still photographers, okay? Thank God for the Tulsa World, all right? They took pictures. And that day, they posted this, okay? Dan Isett with the State Department of Education bars K4 journalists from entering the room for a news conference with Superintendent Ryan Walters. When asked why, Isett said, "I don't think they're a legitimate news organization," okay? He said the reason that he's keeping us out. So that, and there you see the photographer. He's very upset down there. So that was on August 22nd. I just want to say we are a legitimate news organization, okay? We were the first television news organization in Oklahoma, all right? First color cameras west of the Mississippi. We've had a television newsroom for a long time in the state of Oklahoma. And we have a long list of these aren't just regional awards. These are national awards that we've won. Just this year, we won a DuPont Columbia Award for a story we've been following for 20-some years, okay? That's the highest award in broadcast journalism. So we know that we're legit. But even if you don't believe the list of awards there, I want to point out that the state of Oklahoma recognizes us as a legit news organization, okay? Every year we have to apply for these, and we get these from the state capitol complex, okay? So we have our credentials. The Tulsa World posted about it, and the next day, this is not a local chapter, this is the national chapter. They tweeted about it and put a press release out. So you can see this, okay? They strongly condemned what was happening in Oklahoma City. Now we've got national eyes on us, all right? In the press release that they put out that day, before they put out the press release, they called Dan Isett to say, why are you doing this to Channel 4? And he told them, we will not work with tabloids who consistently editorialize and report false information rather than inform the public, okay? So he's now called us a tabloid. We're not a legitimate news organization. SPJ, they pointed out that it's not in his power to choose who's legitimate and who's not, okay? And this is a blatant violation of press freedom, all right? So, that's what I had been telling my boss. This is a violation of the First Amendment. But what do we do about it, okay? I've talked with Dan very briefly twice. We've tried to ignore Dan and walk in, okay? He still denied our access. So my boss said, okay, let's all be adults. Let's reach out. We reached out to the office of a very high-ranking Republican in the state of Oklahoma and said, help. Can we all get in a room? Can you help mediate this, okay? Honestly, we're not in for a fight. We just want access to these meetings. Can you help us? And they said, give us 24 hours. We'll get back to you. I think they thought it was going to be like a no big deal. 24 hours later, they called us back and they said, you need to call the Institute for Free Speech, okay? All they do is fight for the First Amendment, and you're going to need to sue. You're going to need to sue the Department of Education and Ryan Walters, which, coming from this high-ranking Republican's office that we thought would be able to fix it, we knew then we're going to have to call them. And nobody wants this. I did not want this. I don't want one penny of public education funds going to fight a lawsuit, okay? We need every penny in the classroom for Oklahoma kids. I'm a product of public education. My son is. This was the last resort, okay? But I called them. I sent them the video. The very first lawyer when I told him what had happened, I gave him the timeline. He looked at the video and he's like, this is going to be solved like that. Okay, this is a clear violation. He said, I do this all the time, all across the country. Very similar case last week. I called him up and said, we're going to sue you if you don't allow them access. And they folded immediately. They know they're in the wrong. I'll just make a call and they're going to let you back in. Okay. Well, he doesn't know Oklahoma politicians. So he made the call and basically was told, bring it on. So we ended up filing a lawsuit. And the very first part of that was immediately we were going to ask for a temporary restraining order to bar them from denying us access. So we ended up down at the federal courthouse, Judge Bernard Jones, and it was like an out-of-body experience, everything that came out of that hearing. Michael Beeson was the lawyer for the State Department of Education. And one of the first things he brought up was security threats. We've got to keep them in this overflow room because of security threats. And the judge, to his credit, said, well, do you attribute those threats to K4? Has somebody from K4 threatened anybody at the Department of Education? And Michael Beeson had to say no. So, okay, it's not because of death threats. Then Michael Beeson said, it's not just K4. We've put other news outlets in that overflow room. So I had to go back to my crews and say, did you ever see any other news organization? I mean, this is a big market, but it's also a small market. You know the journalists, your fellow journalists in this market. And they were like, no, we didn't see anybody. And he brought up this Red River Media, which I had never heard of Red River Media. So we had to start, who's Red River Media, and were they in the overflow room with us? And the only thing, I still don't know if this is what he was referring to, but I did find a husband and wife team out of Texas called Red River Creative Media, and they had been hired to do some corporate training video type things for the state of Oklahoma. I showed the picture of the husband and wife to my crews. I don't recognize these people. Nobody could say that they were in the room with us. But even if they were in that overflow room with us, they weren't they weren't part of a news organization. They do corporate training videos and a lot of other things that aren't news. Okay. So then Michael Beeson said, well, K4 is fake news and refuses to issue corrections. Okay. And he brought up one specific story. When you're in the hearing room, you can't say, hold on, let me go look up that story. What are you talking about? Give me a second. You don't have that opportunity, okay? But you know that we were writing down, what's up with that story? What's he talking about? So we would, if this case would have actually gone to a jury trial, we would have been able to say, that's not true. The story that he was talking about, we produced back in March of last year. We had a source within the State Department of Education and a source at the U.S. Department of Education telling us that our State Department of Education was under investigation for the way that they were using federal dollars to pay for substitute teachers up in Tulsa. We did that story. The day after it aired, Dan Isett called, one of my reporters, and said, that's not true. We are not under investigation. Okay, Dan, we'll check back with our sources. So we got back with our sources. The State Department of Education source stuck by, no, we are under investigation. I know we're under investigation. The U.S. Department of Education source called back about 2 hours later and said, okay, here's the deal. Because of widespread concern, we have started a monitoring process of your State Department of Education for the way that they're spending those dollars. But you can't really call it a full-blown investigation because there are so many tiers that you have to go through before we will call it an actual investigation. Okay, fine, wonderful, thank you. Wish you would have made that clear when we talked before the story aired, but within the very next newscast, after we had that information, the very next newscast, we made a correction. We did an editor's note that's still there to that day. You can pull this story up, and that editor's note with the correction is right there. We did a correction in the very next newscast. We did a correction in the 6 o'clock newscast where the original story aired. We did a correction at 10 o'clock that night where we have the most viewers. And we did a correction in the morning, during our morning newscast, just to go above and beyond, okay? Nobody wants to make a mistake, but if we make a mistake, we want to make sure that we issue a correction, and we did multiple times. So what Michael Beeson said about K4 won't do a correction was not true. Okay, in that temporary restraining order hearing as well, he said, well, K4 doesn't reach out to us for comment. They just don't. They will run a story and not reach out to us for comment like they did in such and such story. Again, you can't jump up and say, wait, let me go check that story. But we would have been prepared at trial for that accusation because the story he mentioned, it aired in August, okay? And it was about rollover funds and money not being distributed to Oklahoma schools that had been promised to them. We would have been able to show that we did reach out to him. That's what's on the left here. We did reach out to Dan Isett specifically to ask him about that story. Here's his response back to us. We have his email responding back to us, And this is just a screenshot that I took of, there is his statement in the news that night as part of the story. So that was an unfounded accusation as well, okay? Every time we did a story, we reached out to Dan Isett to ask him for a comment. I mean, we asked multiple times to get an interview with Ryan Walters. And not just for news stuff. We also have a political affairs program called Flashpoint, and he had a standing invitation to come on that. But we never could get him to talk to us. But that accusation falls as well, okay? But Judge Jones literally told the lawyer, Michael Beeson, for the state, I am struggling to embrace these reasons that you're giving to me. And he also said, in fact, I don't even understand, why are we even here, okay? So we had a pretty good feeling walking out of court that day for the temporary restraining order, the first hurdle to this whole entire thing. And within a couple of hours, later that afternoon, the judge did rule in our favor, okay? And so that temporary restraining order was granted. It barred Dan Isett and OSDE from keeping us out of the board meetings. All of a sudden, we had access again. The follow-up press conferences, even the little press gaggles, they could not keep us away from those, and we were so happy. And we also, just for walking around the Capitol or any of the Capitol complex, Dan Isett was not going to be able to physically block us anymore. So we were relieved. Now we can do our jobs again. The journalists can do their jobs. But for the lawyers and for me and my management team, now we have to start preparing for a December court date. All of this was moving pretty quickly. So we started preparing. And as we were doing that, things started getting very strange. So there was a board meeting that was going to take place November 8th. My team is down there in line with the journalists. We're all just waiting to get in. And Dan Isett came out and in front of all the other journalists, pulled my reporter and photographer out of the line and said, come with me. And he took them into the boardroom and sat them down and said, get comfortable. And then said, can I get you any water? Can I get you any chocolate? And they're kind of freaking out. No. And then he said, if you want to tweet that, that would be fantastic. Which just was so odd. I think he wanted the publicity. He wanted the attention of this fight. But we didn't. In fact, through all of this and all of the filings at the courthouse, we would be seeing news of what was happening in the daily Oklahoman reports, but we were not reporting on it in real time, okay? Because we just didn't want to be the story, as they say. So we were just taking our knocks and working on the case and going forward. Okay, so now we're in depositions, and these were so odd as well. Depositions are always very tense. But here you can see the attorney for the OSDE was asking one of my male reporters, are you married? Yes. What's your wife's first and last name? And he said, well, do I have to give you my wife's first and last name? What does that have to do with the case? Which is what we had been instructed to do by our lawyers, just answer what pertains to the case. And this attorney said, okay, I'll move on, but have you ever used the application Grindr? To which he says no. Now, if you don't know what that is, it's a dating app for gay and bisexual men, okay? So this was just so odd, and I think meant to intimidate or embarrass this reporter. The photographer, during his deposition, the reporter was asking about his wife and extended family members and how do they vote, and just nothing that pertained to this case. So it was just very, very odd. We're rolling along, okay? Now go forward a few weeks, and we're getting closer to this December actual trial date, okay? The State Department of Education had asked for a jury trial, and they did not get that. Judge Jones was going to be the determining factor, okay? So anyway, the OSDE called and said, would K4 settle? And if they would settle, what would they want? Okay, well, all we want our restored access, okay? Restored access also to the RSVP notices to even get in the meeting, which you had to do and they had stopped sending to us. We want to be back on the email distribution list. They had taken K4 off the email distribution list for press releases. We couldn't even know what was going on down there because they wouldn't send us press releases. And we asked for professional behavior specifically from Dan Isett, okay? I asked for that. My attorney said, you're probably not going to get that. But, well, okay, well, if we're going to ask for something in a settlement, I would ask for professional behavior. And then payment of our plaintiff's attorney's fees, because the Institute for Free Speech was representing us pro bono, and we also had to have a lawyer here locally, Bob Nealon. I don't know if you guys know him, but he's an excellent First Amendment lawyer. And then we asked for a small monetary payment. I'll get to that in a second. But this is what we asked for. And they said, no, we're going to go to trial. So we went through all of the preparations for an actual trial, for a December 11th trial. And this is, again, I'm not used to this. I'm not used to going into court. I'm not used to having to testify, or that this is the sleepless nights. And also trying to keep my team inspired to go out and do this when it's public officials that are trying to hold you back. So the end of 2024 was really grueling. But December 11th, we go down to the federal building, okay? Judge Jones' courtroom. There you see Ryan Walters walking in. We were just everyone was so nervous. We felt pretty good about our case, but you never know how things are going to go, okay? We sat in Judge Jones' courtroom, I'd say for about 45 minutes, waiting for this thing to start. And then our attorneys came in and said, hey, they want to talk about a settlement again. Okay, so we all get up out of the courtroom, and we're taken into this little room, okay, where our attorneys, these three right here, are going back and forth, back and forth. Well, here's what they would want out of a settlement. What would you want out of a settlement? And it just kept going back and forth, back and forth. We wanted these exact same things I told you before. This is what we want, okay? And I don't think any of these things are out of line with the norm, okay? The one thing that they would not agree to, they eventually agreed to all of that. They would not agree to a promise of professional behavior from Dan Isett, okay? What they wanted out of the settlement was that they did not want to have to admit that they violated the First Amendment. They absolutely, that was the hard and fast one for them. And Dan Isett said he wanted to get a face-to-face meeting with me, okay? Which he could have gotten one at any point when he was on the phone with me. If he would have had any kind of discussion with me, I would have invited him, please come to the station, let's get this solved. When our attorneys were saying, can you live with this? I did not want to live with that first one. And I fought and fought on that one. And that we kept going back and forth. The face-to-face meeting, I said, absolutely. I'm not going to meet with him one-on-one. I want to have my general manager in the meeting, and I want to have Kevin Ogle in the meeting. If you've ever seen Kevin Ogle, he's huge, okay? So if I need some muscle, I want Kevin Ogle in the room with me. But they would not agree to that first one. I mean, we would not agree to that first one. They would not agree to that first one. Everybody kept going back and forth, and finally our attorney said, he was standing right in front of me, and he said, Natalie, you are getting everything that's important. You're getting your people back in those meetings and the press conferences. You're getting the press releases. That's what you said you wanted at the beginning, and we've got that. So can you live with it? My general manager was there, and he said, yes, we can live with that. So we ended up with that settlement, okay? Now I want to jump really quickly to when we eventually, months down the road, had a face-to-face meeting. Dan Isett came to Channel 4. We sat in the news conference room, and He said, well, I just want to start out by saying, and Michael Beeson, his attorney, was with him. He said, I just want to start off by saying, you did not get an admission of a First Amendment violation, which is true. But I looked at my general manager because that was their, we didn't have to admit to any wrongdoing. And I just knew that they would do that. And it was just a knife in the gut. He continued on, but when it was my turn to talk, I said, you are correct. We did not get an admission of a First Amendment violation. But we were all in that courtroom, and we know what the judge thought of your case based on what he said during the temporary restraining order hearing. You would have lost. You would have lost if this thing had actually gone to trial. So that day, the day of the settlement, I mean, it didn't just make news in Oklahoma, it made news across the nation. Everybody could see, I mean, we did a story as well. Here's what we asked for, and here's what we got. We got 98% of what we wanted. So it was a victory for us. My newsroom cheered. Everyone was so happy and so excited. And this is how it was reported across the country and in Oklahoma. And then this, like I said, we weren't doing a bunch of stories as this went on, but this is how we reported it for the 10 o'clock news, or was it 6 o'clock that night.
Legal battle that has been playing out for months. That court case involved Channel 4 suing the State Department of Education.
Earlier this year, KOR filed a federal suit against State Superintendent Ryan Walters and his communication director because our crews have been barred from covering the public gatherings where the State Board of Education meets.
Instead, state officials were relegating the school to an overflow room where seeing and hearing what was happening during the meetings was difficult. News Force Hunter Elise is in studio to explain today's major development.
Jolene and Kevin, what happened today at the federal courthouse is being described as a win for journalism. Going forward, K4 will be able to attend board meetings in the room where they take place. And that's important because restoring our access means you, the viewer, will have a better understanding of what state officials are doing in those meetings.
This is a huge victory for journalism.
On the day the case was scheduled for trial, it took an hour and 15 minutes of private discussions for an agreement to be reached between Channel 4 and State Superintendent Ryan Walters, along with his communications director, Dan Isett. The court order covers the majority of what Channel 4 was seeking, including access to board meetings and being added to the email list for press releases. Channel 4 also asked for a small amount of damages, $17.91. That amount of $17.91 is significant because it represents the year the First Amendment to the Constitution was ratified. Attorney fees have yet to be determined, but Ryan Walters and his attorneys did agree to pay them. Last month, both Walters and Isett sat for depositions as lawyers for the Institute for Free Speech asked them about their decision to bar Channel 4 from public meetings. K4's news director Natalie Hughes says OSDE officials repeatedly ignored the Constitution.
When you have state officials violating the First Amendment, we really had no choice but to go to the courts.
K4's lawyers say the biggest winners in this case are the citizens of Oklahoma.
Getting media access to the government is how the people know what's going on.
It's a commitment to Oklahomans, K4's general manager Wes Milburn takes seriously.
Our viewers know that we've just celebrated our 75th anniversary of quality journalism, the first television station in the state of Oklahoma. And for us to continue to do that, we had to resort to the federal court to allow us to continue to provide you with the latest news.
We reached out to the Department of Education for a comment on today's courtroom developments. Dan Isett, one of the defendants in the case, sent this statement: "We do not respond to fake news." In an interesting twist, this case hinged on the First Amendment to the Constitution and the protections that amendment affords the press. The order that was issued by the court today falls just days before the First Amendment celebrates its 233rd anniversary.
Okay. So we, this was another tweet from that day where you see Ryan Walters was kind of following Dan Isett's playbook and calling us fake news. They lied to the public, they lied to themselves. I don't know how he could say we were lying by, literally saying what was in the settlement agreement. Okay, there is a federal court order now, a standing federal court order that says they have to allow us in those meetings. How is that fake news? Okay, so we were so excited, but one, I won't say who, but one writer in Oklahoma City said the Channel 4 newsroom was acting like they'd won Super Bowl tickets, forgetting that the prize is getting to cover boring Board of Education meetings. This was the Super Bowl for us. Covering Board of Education meetings is so important, okay? Not just on a state level, but for every town where there is a school, a public school. Journalists need to be in those meetings. Moms and dads find out, they find out from the local media what's happening sometimes in their school district. They're going to work, they're raising kids, they don't have time to go to every school board meeting. That's our jobs. We're the watchdogs. We have to do that. And if we don't have access, then a lot of things can happen. A lot of bad things can happen if the media is not there to document it, okay? Sometimes even when the media is there to document it, bad things happen. As I said, there's a standing court order, okay, that they have to send us press releases and they have to let us in the things. This is since January. I've had to send 4 emails to the communications director because they keep dropping us off the distribution list for press releases. Now, we get them from other journalists in Oklahoma City who feel our pain. But in January, hi, Dan, there's a standing court order, put us back on the list. Okay, in March, a new communications director, Grace. Then in May, hey, Quentin, and then pretty recently, hey, Madison, there's a standing court order, okay? So the struggle continues with this. But I want to go back to this. We had to press them. Our attorneys had to press them to get this check for $17.91. I know it was hard to hear that story, but we asked for this because $17.91 is when the First Amendment to the Constitution was ratified, okay? It's symbolic. I don't feel bad about taking this $17.91. In fact, we didn't even cash it. It is still sitting on my desk, and it is eventually going to end up framed and in our newsroom, okay, along with the court order. Here's the painful part. This is the painful part. The attorney's fees. Somebody's going to pay for that court case, and it's the taxpayers of Oklahoma. So these weren't local lawyers. There was one local lawyer, but when you have to hire the big guns, the Institute for Free Speech, and they have to make multiple trips to Oklahoma for meetings with us, for depositions, it adds up. It starts adding up. So Judge Jones asked them to come up with flight receipts, meals, everything, hotel accommodations, their time, what they get paid for per hour, and it was $376,000, okay? Now, of course, the Department of Education said, we're not paying that. We've got to come to some agreement, okay? And the judge looked at everything and said, okay, we're going to bring that down to $170,000. But it's still $170,000 that should be spent in Oklahoma classrooms. So if you just think, well, public officials, you know, sometimes they get puffed up and they just want to scrap with the media. These kind of cases where they violate the First Amendment end up in court, and the taxpayers always lose. No matter who wins, the taxpayers end up paying for this stuff. And it's ridiculous. Our public schools in Oklahoma need every penny they can get. So this was so unnecessary. I wish none of this would have happened. This, like I said, this is the painful part, the part that I really, it's hard to stomach, okay? But going back to the Code of Ethics, this is why it was important to do it, all right? If they would have gotten away with kicking my folks out, they would have eventually kicked out, I don't know, that maybe they didn't like the Oklahoman at one point. Maybe they don't like Fox 23. We don't like, we saw a report on Channel 9, you're not coming in here either. If you allow this to happen, they're going to be emboldened by it. So we have a duty as watchdogs to make sure that those meetings stay open, that we are there, okay, so that the public will know what is happening. And I threw this in here at the end because in Channel 4, we have multiple conference rooms. This is the news conference room, but we don't call it the news conference room. We call it the Liberty Room. Because when we were building this building, I wanted to have a wall in our news conference room with the First Amendment on it. This was 8 years ago. I didn't know we were going to be facing this battle, but 8 years ago, really 9, when we did the plans, I said, I want the First Amendment on the wall, okay? And then we have some other quotes that are about how important journalism is. But I want my team, we meet in there twice a day, once at 9 a.m. to decide what we're going to do for the day. Everybody does their story pitches. At 2 o'clock, we're back in there. How are the stories going? Do we need to redirect? Who did we not speak to? Who can we get? So twice a day, my journalists, some of whom are very young, they sit in that room. And I wanted them to stare at that First Amendment and those other quotes to be reminded of how important our jobs are. They are crucial to a functioning democracy. This is a very hard business to get into now. Being a journalist, doesn't matter print, digital, television, radio, it is so difficult because you have very important people at high levels telling the public that we are the enemy of the public, and we are not. We stand with the public to make sure the public is informed so that we can have a functioning democracy. I tell my folks all the time, this is a noble profession. It's a thankless profession. It doesn't pay a lot. But when you put your head on a pillow at night, you know you've done something important. So you're all welcome to come by Channel 4 and see the Liberty Room at some point. I'm very proud of it, okay? And that is the fight, okay? And that's the first time I've talked about it at length. I'm glad it was at this venue. I think that this is very important. I hope you guys continue to have these seminars and bring people in, because if we're not waging this fight, they're gonna walk all over us, okay? And so we just have to do it. We have to support each other like those other media organizations that were supporting us, giving us information, notes, video. That's the only way that we'll survive, is if we stand together. We're not competitors when it comes to journalism and ensuring democracy. We're all on the same team. There you go. You guys were such a captive audience. Yeah. Do you have any questions, or you got? Oh, yes.
Back at KFR?
That is such a good question. The new superintendent has the exact same, the very last lady that I emailed saying, Madison, you've got to put us back on the list. She's still down there in that position, and he's brought in somebody else, okay? But as soon as he was gone, the new regime sent an email to the members of the media basically saying, we want to work with you. This is a new day. We are for transparency. We're not going to fight you. How can we work together? Which was so reassuring, okay? Now, yesterday, the new superintendent had a big meeting, okay? And the new communications folks put out a press release that said, hey, you can come in and you can record audio, but no television cameras. No television cameras. I immediately emailed and said, audio is great for my friends in newspaper, radio, digital. For television, I need pictures. I need pictures. And their argument, I don't think that they were trying to be nefarious. I really don't. He's a new superintendent. He is not used to a bank of cameras with lights, pouring down on him. They were trying to gently ease him into this role. I legitimately think that was the reason. So I said, how about if we have one camera? Just one. K4, we will volunteer to be the pool camera. As soon as we're done, we will make copies. We will get that video to everyone. We won't put anything on the air or online until all of our competitors have the video. That was my solution. And she said, well, do you guys ever do that? We do it every year for the Oklahoma City National Memorial Remembrance Ceremony. The main shot is a pool camera, and we all rotate every year, okay? So we know how to do this, and we all trust each other. And at 9 o'clock the night before, she sent me something saying, you know what, we like that idea, but we'll provide the camera, okay? And so after it's over, we'll make sure that everybody gets a link to the video of what happened in the meeting. I said, okay. I should have pushed harder because the camera was set up at the very back of the room. The shot was completely wide. You saw mostly ceiling tiles. The new superintendent was a little tiny speck at the end of the room, okay? The audio was good, but for television, the pictures were awful and not what viewers are used to. So as soon as I saw that video come down, I emailed them and said, I appreciate you providing us with the video, but this is not broadcast quality. Nobody even zoomed in one time. They never got off that big wide shot. And she said, we're disappointed too. This is not how we intended it to turn out, and we're sorry. Which I do think that, I think that they're really trying. They've just got a lot on their plate. But I said, but thank you, but this should be an example of why we need the professionals in the room to be able to do the job they're trained to do, okay? So I'm hoping that's just a little speed bump at the beginning, okay? Anything else? No? Oh, yes?
During his term before he resigned, did you ever have any issues with him, like, barring you guys from the room again, where he didn't ever, like, let you guys in, or there was
No, we had access the entire time. The only thing we had problems with, I've got, you know what, I've got an asterisk on that, but getting the press releases was difficult. The court order said they had to let us in the room, let us in the press conferences, let us in the press gaggles. But it did not say, and it shouldn't say, I mean, they can pick and choose who they want to respond to. But every story we did, we would send something to Dan Isett or to the communications director saying, here's the story we're doing. Can we please get a response? What is the superintendent's response to A, B, C, D? They would never respond to us. So we had to, night after night, say, we're doing this story, here's the story. We did contact the Department of Education to try to get a response. We never heard back. So our viewers would not get the other side. You know, there is another side to every story. They weren't getting the other side because OSD would not provide the other side. So, and it, you know, a lot of times with what was coming out of that office, all the stations, everybody, the newspaper, everybody's doing the exact same story. The exact same story. We're all reporting on it. We're trying to get different angles of, but the same exact event. Well, so you would see that Dan would respond on one of my competitors or give a response to the Oklahoman. My viewers wouldn't get that other side. And so then you would have his supporters writing into Channel 4 saying, oh, so one-sided. Why won't you give his side of the story? Fake news, you know, when we were diligently trying to get his side, but he was just choosing not to respond. Yeah.
Did he respond to the others?
Yes. I mean, like he would, not all the time blanket everybody, but he would pick and choose. The Oklahoman, Channel 5, he did really respond to Channel 5 a lot. They would have him on multiple times for interviews in their dayside programs, long-form interviews, where he was kind of able to come and say what was going on down at the Department of Education. Yeah.
Impacted the newsroom, and do you think that with a public figure like Ryan Walters talking down on your station, did that affect your credibility moving forward?
I think that he has I think he has a lot of supporters who absolutely believe we had it in for him. They do not think that we're a legitimate news organization, and I don't think there's anything we can do to get those viewers back. We try every day. As for how it affected my team, when you're at a press conference and you're asking a question and Ryan Walters, in front of all of your colleagues, goes, oh, Channel 4 and fake news, just keep asking your fake questions, you guys. It's demoralizing, you know, to some journalists. About 25% of my staff was like, oh, this is just agonizing. And the others who have been around a long time were like that guy. What are you doing barring my access, my photographer? You know, they were ready to, they wondered why we didn't sue when it happened the first time, okay? Because they've been around the block and they know if you let them kick you, they're just gonna keep kicking. So I did have a lot of journalists who were ready to sue the first time it happened. But the decision to sue a state agency, you really have to, my boss, the company I work for, I mean, when he called us fake news repeatedly in one of those press conferences, that ended up all over social media. So at a corporate level, they're seeing that and going, what's going on over at K4? What's happening down there? Why is this state superintendent calling you guys fake news? You know, they needed to ask, what are you doing down there? To which I sent them immediately clip after clip after clip after clip of Ryan Walters in national media appearances calling, he's called our governor fake. You know, it's fake is his favorite thing. So I was able to send them like 20 examples of him calling other news organizations or other people fake and just kind of showing him that's his MO. Yeah. Okay? Yes, thank you very much, you guys. Thank you.
And when I was covering the State Department of Education, I was often the only broadcast journalist in the room. Yes. So I was at KGOU. Yeah, so things change, times change, and that the time and effort, and I think, Shanice, you kind of got at this with your question, but regardless the emotional toll that this takes from us, all of us, is really challenging, and we appreciate you persevering through that and leading that very much. Yeah, okay, very good. All right, we're going to move on to a very, let me get my notes out here so I don't get something wrong. Yeah, so we're going to do our awards here in just a minute. Before we do that, I want to be sure everybody knows that we have a reception at the Nye Center. I think we're going to be out on the terrace. The weather's nice enough. We might be out on the terrace. They were going to kind of play it by ear. So we'll go over there together when we finish here with our awards. But for now, we're going to present our awards. But first, we're going to hear from Joe Carter. And when Joe came in, I said, he said hi, and I said, we met each other, but it was a long time ago. And I don't remember when it was, Joe. I keep trying to remember. But I think it may have been an election way back in the olden days. And do you want to use this, Joe, or you? Yeah. No. Okay. Great. So let me just tell you that Joe is an Oklahoma Journalism Hall of Fame member, and he is our 2025 Marion Opala recipient. And he is going to, I mean, how long have you been defending the First Amendment?
Well, I'll tell you, it's been defending me for a long time, maybe for 50 years that I was active as a writer.
So Joe is one of those people who has used the First Amendment, defended the First Amendment, and as he said, it's defended him. Let me get the mic stand here for you.
You know, first I'd like to acknowledge that our daughter just showed up here, And our brother here is Paul Lefevre. He's a very famous lawyer here in town. So if you want to retain him here, I get a kickback. And then the president of Cameron University, as far as I'm concerned, Don Davis, Dr. Don Davis is sitting right back there. And he is now emeritus, but we served together as I was his vice president, and we did mighty things years back, but more before that. We had been together as crime fighters in Oklahoma City, working for the Oklahoma Journal, which is defunct, as is every other newspaper where I ever worked. And so Don and I fought crime, and we didn't commit any, I don't think, did we? We tried not to. On with my speech, but thanks for coming. Is that my son? That's my son. That's Dr. Joe Carter. Sorry, the light's in my eyes. He is and my daughter there. Well, I'm so flattered to see you guys come in. Thank you. Terry and Joe live in Norman, and he has Oklahoma Equine Hospital, and he works on horses, and he's left a horse show down in Fort Worth to come up here. And I think that my daughter has got one of our great granddaughters there, and my goodness, there's the rest. Here comes my great grandsons. Yes. Well, welcome, guys. Have a seat. We'll fill this up if you see all of my relatives. This guy here, we're going to write a book together, but he's got to get it out of graduate school. This guy's going to be an NBA champion. I'm glad they're here. I hope they avoid some of the turmoil that happens when people try to violate the First Amendment. But I also want to give you a little bit of insider's dope here. It was that learned professor and Pulitzer Prize winning editor. I don't think this is going to work. Maybe. Kind of reminds me of my sex life. Can you hear me back there well enough without this? No?
Sorry, we're fixing it. Sorry.
Thank you.
Of course. Try that now.
1, 2, 3.
You have to get closer.
How about that?
Let's try loudly. Sorry, guys.
But I first.
In your pocket.
We got plenty of water.
Guy.
Put it on his eye so it's underneath. I'll take the microwave. There you go.
Okay, and then that just goes in your pocket. Check. Check. Say something, sir.
Does that work? Can you hear me okay? Well, we've used half of my 15 minutes. And there's, right back there is my great-granddaughter too, and I'll see what's her mother. Well, first, I want to continue. I want you to know this little bit of insider dope is that learned professor and that editor of a Pulitzer Prize winning paper Joe Haidt was the guy who wrote the title of this speech, which is The Importance of the First Amendment in These Troubled Times. My reply, Joe, is 3 words: never more important. I will expand. We recently saw the First Amendment in action, and I'll review it step by step, give you a little bit of my show business. It'll be with a little soap opera stuff here. First, Jimmy Kimmel's jokes offended President Trump. Disney needs Trump's help. That's a quid pro quo. My lawyer gives that a quid. Well, you guess. Then Disney fires Kimmel. Then customers raise a big stink. And then Disney rehires Kimmel. Now, off camera, I gotta tell you, the First Amendment had just won a beautiful case of Trump versus Kimball, and that was great for America. One, it because the concept, the ideal, and the guarantee of a free press have so deeply penetrate the souls and minds of America that the public shouted out, "Rejoice, law lovers! Trump versus Kindle made the First Amendment bigger, bolder, and more just better than several of the Supreme Court decisions I've heard lately. It was a big time thing for the first." I gotta tell you, in my half century in journalism, in government, and as a writer, freedom of the press was my personal protector. When I was smuggled into 2 prisons on journalistic assignments, the First Amendment was the only shield I had. I got in, I got out. When I covered the assassination of President Kennedy, the free press was a big tool. We live by it. It protects us personally and legally. I want to add this compliment. The outcome of Trump versus Kimball proved to me that you college professors and the underpaid school teachers, like Dr. Davis's wife, had taught you have done your job very effectively. You taught American people the meaning and the importance of free press and free speech. Thank you. Hence, I'm really honored, and I'm humbly grateful and highly challenged to relate my views on the First Amendment on this all-American college campus. Threats abound, and the Constitution itself is being openly tested by the White House. Professor Haidt was spot on when he assigned me the staggering task of addressing the importance of the First Amendment in these troubled times. Beyond Jimmy Kimmel, in electionary months ahead, voters will test America's loyalty to free press, and speech. Hopefully, the public will dig past the rhetoric, study the issues, and nail down where all candidates stand on the First Amendment. Let's make the First Amendment a major issue in next year's midterm elections and onward. Unfortunately, The purity of the First Amendment has been sullied by an outbreak of lies and liars. As defenders, can we legally outlaw the fundamental right to lie? I say no. However, I can quote Dr. Don Davis's ball cap that says, "Make lying wrong again." Why don't you have your hat on, Don? On the more hopeful side, thinkers in Congress have a pending bill designed to strengthen the First Amendment. The title is No Political Enemies Act, called Nope, Nope. It is fashioned after the Oklahoma Citizen Participation Act that became law in 1914 and was amended in 2024. Said 2014 and 2024. Nope would be a federal law that would extend protection from political enemies federally and nationally. Unfortunately, the pending bill now has only Democrat backers. I ask, what have congressional Republicans got to hide, or who to protect? I do not know. I know that the issue deserves bipartisan debate and support, and it was passed in Oklahoma by a Republican-controlled legislature. Don Davis told me. Oklahoma's all-Republican delegation should become co-authors of this bill. So if during this congressional recess you should encounter either of our two senators or one of our congressmen, please ask them to vote yes on nope. That ought to catch on. Tell them the law would equally impact both political factions. It would dampen upward actions by government bureaucrats and any elected official wishing to squelch critical speakers and writers. I can testify that even with the First Amendment protection, attacks by government dudes can be damaging and cost huge legal expenses for victims. You just heard what this K4 case cost. It is very tough to defend yourself. But the public has, in recent weeks, become increasingly appreciative that TV and radio journalists, newspaper reporters, magazine and book authors, and even comedians need protection for telling truth and exposing corruption. This is demonstrated by the genius of this gathering on the campus of the University of Central Oklahoma. This event shows that endangered free speech and freedom of the press have vital support among scholars and institutions of higher learning, and for good reason, because the First Amendment also protects people in academia. In just 45 words, the First Amendment covers 5 distinctive rights that Congress cannot abridge or prohibit. Of these, I focus on freedom of speech and press. They were my personal protectors during the working parts of my 93 years, when I largely was a wordsmith, a newsman, then a speechwriter for politicians and government, then wrote books. Its protection was there when I helped devise and wrote speeches for the governor to explain changes in multiple areas. The toughest was a bill in 1971 that increased Oklahoma's taxes on income, oil, and natural gas. Oklahoma's government at that time faced perilous budget shortfalls, and just like today, higher education and common schools were gravely underfunded. History shows that only Democrats, and that included Don Davis when he was in the House of Representatives, voted for this 1971 legislation, although it became law, and it really benefited progress. Yet, some rich folks were opposed. They were outraged and threatening. The bill, I gotta tell you, even ended tax exemptions on Oklahoma corporations, dividends that were prized by those who could choose whether to take dividends or salaries. And so they took dividends and they avoided paying their fair share of state income taxes, and we stopped that little one. But by writing the governor's speeches bolstering the tax increases, I was protected by the First Amendment. Yet word leaked out and I was a target. Personally and policy-wise, it was an outrage that I would become a target, in my view, but by damn, here stands a survivor. Worse than my case were the assassinations of that opinionated pundit, Charlie Kirk, and the 1963 murder of President John Kennedy. Beyond the personal pain and the losses, both of those shootings were blatant attacks on the First Amendment. I say bullets are the worst way to oppose the First Amendment. Another tactic has been headlined as challenging dissent bit by bit. A recent New York Times story told how a life-threatened Chinese investigative news reporter had fled into exile for safety. It was a dreadful story, but a wondrous headline saying, challenging dissent bit by bit. Daily attacks by the anti-woke agenda crowd is an example of silencing free speech bit by bit. Dreadfully, but apparently, the woke debate just led to the resignation of the president of Texas A&M. And I ask, how many liberal art professors feel the anti-woke pressure bit by bit? On the OCU campus, revoking funds to print the student newspaper raised my First Amendment antenna. Ending the printed page budget of the visa, in my view, was an act of slashing an important teaching media bit by bit. And I was among journalists who protested. In that context, I now had my Big Seven list of threats to the First Amendment in these troubled times. First, attacking intellectual and academic freedom under the manufactured term of woke. Two, firing comedians who poke fun and joke about thin-skinned politicians. Three, cutting budgets of newspapers and broadcast news. Four, firing government employees who don't worship the leader. You can interpret that by what I'm sure the 5 sacking college presidents who disagree about woke. How outrageous. Assassinating or shooting politicians in public, and please spare me, but 7, allowing non-journalist media owners to censor the work of professional journalists. There are other enemies of the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. Imperative it is that the First Amendment of America's Bill of Rights must be protected publicly and boosted with the No Political Enemies Act called NOPE. And as a Star-Spangled Banner guidepost of a democratic America, NOPE in 2025 would help all people nationally as it does with Oklahoma's Citizens Protection Act. Finally, in these troubled times, we call on journalists, educators, and the general public to breathe new life into the fight for America's Bill of Rights. Folks, we cannot expect late-night comedians to save free speech alone. Thank you. I can't, I'm 93 years old, can't hear good, but if you have a question, my wife was interpreted for me. That's my wonderful wife, Michelle Lefevre.
Okay.
The brains behind this operation.
Any questions?
On the pretty face.
Any questions? All right. Thank you so much.
That means I got a good speech.
Well, and why don't you stand right here, because we're going to do our awards, and we'll get you first. I'm going to give you your award first.
Really?
That's what we're doing next.
Could I get my family to come up here with me?
Yeah, let's get you first, and then we'll.
Well, now tell them what the award
I think it's it.
Okay, I turn that off.
Turn it on.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. All right. So I didn't bring my committee list, but we had a committee. Joe Haidt chairs it. Brianna Bailey, our FOI Oklahoma president, was on there, along with Bill Hickman. Was on there. I'm trying to remember who else. But we give out several awards, and this is one that is called the Marian Opala Award. It's named after the late Supreme Court Justice Marian Opala, who was a giant on the bench in so many ways. And this award recognizes individuals who have promoted education about or protection of the individual rights guaranteed by the First Amendment. And you certainly could tell by Joe's presentation that he certainly has done that and continues to do that. So Joe Carter, congratulations on being recipient of the Marian Opala First Amendment Award. Yeah, hold it up there. Hold it up there and we'll get the picture. So, somebody got a picture they can send to me? Yep, because I got to do that too. Lots of cameras.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. There's a lot. All right. Come on, Don. Come on. Okay, you sure? Okay.
So our next award recipient is the Sunshine Award. And I did not know this person until today because they're here and we've been chatting. And I'm even more convinced than ever that the committee did an outstanding job selecting this recipient. So Lori Hendricks, would you come on down? Lori Hendricks is the county clerk in Wagner County in eastern Oklahoma. And this is the Sunshine Award, and let me read what it does. This honor recognizes a public official or governmental body that has shown a commitment to freedom of information. County Clerk Hendricks is responsive to open records requests and provides a large amount of public information on the county site, allowing citizens to easily access information. She is an example for other clerks and deputies to follow. Lori Hendricks, we are so happy to honor you.
So much.
You're welcome. And when, yeah, just get her. Oh, okay.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
And we were, as we were talking earlier, Lori was commenting on that when the Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt made the big pronouncement about putting the state spending online, their expenses online and stuff. How many years had you been doing it? 7, 10? She was doing it 10 years before that in Wagner County. So, and she puts meetings, not just the minutes, but she actually puts the recordings of the meetings online so citizens can listen in and figure out what's going on, and just has a real commitment to openness and transparency in government. All right, our Ben Blackstock Award winner left, but the Blackstock family is going to deliver this, so come on up since you all are going to deliver this. And this award is honored to KFOR TV. Natalie had to get back to the newsroom, as happens in that business. And this is named for retired Oklahoma Press Association Executive Director Ben Blackstock. This award recognizes a non-governmental person or organization that has shown a commitment to freedom of information. KFOR TV is worthy of recognition for successfully fighting to protect the rights of journalists to attend open meetings and hold public officials accountable. Thank you. We are so honored to give this award in Ben's name and to KFOR for all their work. And they'll be delivering, oh yeah, sorry.
Okay.
We're delivering it to Natalie at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yeah.
Yeah, so she'll get it tomorrow morning. Our next award winner, we hope is going to be here, but couldn't make it. And this is the Bickham Hale Service Award. And this award this year goes to Lyndall Hudson. And the Bickham Hale Service Award is awarded to the volunteer or board member who provides outstanding service to FOI Oklahoma. It's named after FOI Oklahoma's founder, Sue Hale, and longtime executive director, Kay Bickham. Lyndall was one of the founders of FOI Oklahoma and has been just a significant force in Oklahoma journalism and fighting for openness and transparency his whole career. He's now retired, so we'll be sure that we get this to Lyndall when we see him. And the awards committee gave a special commendation, which they will do sometimes. And this is awarded to the retired Edmond School Board Superintendent Angela Grinwald and the Edmond School Board. And you can kind of correlate this award with what we heard earlier from Natalie and KFOR. This special commendation is awarded for upholding the First Amendment in the face of significant threats and bullying tactics. Their action encourages other public officials and entities to show the courage of recipients to take stands against those who seek to repress First Amendment rights. I know that you can talk to one of our committee people, or we can share some more information about that process and what they did if you would like. So again, special commendation to the Edmond School Board and the retired superintendent, Angela Grunwald.
By the way, Kurt, that was, they tried to, this was the superintendent's office trying to ban 2 books from the Edmond School District, and they stood up against those bans, and won in court over the state.
Yeah. So they did. So we do have a reception that starts at 5. That's 25 minutes-ish. I'm not sure how the Nice Center works in terms of, you got to be there right at 5 or you're not. I don't know.
I think they'll probably already have it ready.
Kind of ready for us?
Probably going over there if you want to.
Okay. All right, we can do that. So you are all welcome to the Nice Center. There will be some hors d'oeuvre treats and non-alcoholic beverages, a variety of those. So I hope you can come over and hang out and chat, and especially with our award winners that are here with us. And we can discuss what FY Oklahoma does and get to know each other better. So I thank you all for being here today, and appreciate especially Shanice. Shanice, I've got one more thing. Come here, I got one more thing. One more thing. She's asking me, Mr. Kurt, is there anything you need? Are you okay? Everything all right? Everything good? So the students at UCO put on a media ethics day the day before this event, and then they offer to help us at this event. I cannot tell you how amazing this young person is.
Thank you.
She is, if you're looking to hire somebody, because you're graduating soon, right? I can highly recommend. In fact, if I had an opening at my place, I would be hiring Shanice. Because she is, of the many attributes in our short time working with each other, I've come to appreciate the number one, which as a person who supervises people, is just so wonderful, is Shanice is responsive to communication. And when you ask her to do something, guess what? She does it. I know it. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. And all our other students, our tech folks especially, for solving our problems at the last minute, and the University of Central Oklahoma and the communications staff for having us here today. We really appreciate you all, and we'll see you at the Nice Center.